Weka wimbo moja.
Honorable members, let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and the county assemblies for the welfare of the society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servant, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of the important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and the welfare of our county and of those whose interest you've committed to our church. Amen. Honorable members, let's get seated. Clerk, next order.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Next order.
Order number 8, question time, as listed in the appendix.
Sergeant Atam, kindly usher in the respondent to the question CCM for agriculture. Honorable members, we now have the County Executive Committee member for Agriculture, Pastoral Economy and Fisheries in the House to attend to the response to the question. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome Daktari to the House. Welcome, Daktari. And I now want to welcome the sponsor of the question to ask the question.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 50, I rise to ask a question through the Leader of Majority to the County Executive Committee member for Agriculture, Pastoral Economy and Fisheries on the status of irrigation scheme in Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, aware that Part 2 of the 4th schedule to the Constitution of Kenya 2010 assigns county governments the functions of agriculture, including crop and animal husbandry and implementation of specific national government policies on natural resources and environmental conservation. Further aware that irrigation development is a critical intervention in enhancing food security, increasing agricultural productivity, promoting climate resilience farming, creating employment opportunities, and improving household incomes in Turkana County. Cognizant that Article 43(1) Cap C of the Constitution guarantees every person the right to be free from hunger and to have adequate food of acceptable quality. Further aware that Turkana South and Turkana East sub-counties possess significant potentiality for irrigated agriculture owing to the presence of River Tarkwel, River Kerio, and other seasonal water sources. Yet several irrigation schemes remain underutilized, stalled, or face operational and maintenance challenge that limit their productivity. Concerned that substantial public resources have been invested in irrigation infrastructure over the years, and there is need to assess the functionality, sustainability, and contribution to food security and economic development within the county. Honorable Speaker, I therefore request the CECM for Agriculture, Pastoral Economy and Fisheries to provide the following information to this Honorable House. 1. Could the CECM provide a list of all existing irrigation schemes in Turkana South and Turkana East sub-counties, indicating their current operational status? 2. What measures has the county government put in place to rehabilitate, expand, and sustain the existing irrigation schemes in the two sub-counties? 3. How much funding has been allocated to irrigation development in Turkana South and Turkana East during the current and the previous 2 financial years, and what projects have been implemented using those funds? 4. What challenges are affecting the performance of these irrigation schemes, and what intervention is the county government undertaking to address them? 5. Does the county government have plans to establish new irrigation schemes in Turkana? And if no, and if so, could the CECM provide details on the locations, timelines, and budgetary allocation for the proposed projects? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. Thank you for asking questions. Honorable members, I want now to usher the CECM for Agriculture and Pastoral Economy to answer to the question or to respond to the questions. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, good morning. Please allow me to respond to the questions as follows. This is a response to question on status of irrigation schemes in Turkana South and Turkana East sub-counties. The schemes in question are both in Turkana South and Turkana East sub-counties of Turkana County. They are located in the southern and eastern parts of the county respectively. On question 1, on the list and the operational status of all irrigation schemes in Turkana South and Turkana East sub-counties, I have attempted to tabulate in 2 columns. Column 1 is on mentions the name of the scheme, and column 2 provides the current status. Starting with the Turkana South irrigation schemes, we have Nakwamoru surface irrigation project, and the status is not operational, and the reason being the river water deflected away from intake obstructive structure. So the water is not able to go into the intake, and that's why it's not operational. 2, Nakwamoru drip irrigation project. This particular one is minimally operational due to inadequate irrigation water supply from the only 1 number existing bowl against an expansive land of 12.5 hectares. Number 3, we have Kaputir / Lokwar surface irrigation scheme. This particular one is minimally operational due to insecurity menace, as most farmers fear accessing farms due to frequent and sporadic insecurity cases. Number 4, still in Turkana South, we have Kanaodon surface irrigation scheme. This one is not operational due to incompleteness of the irrigation infrastructure. 5, we have Juluk surface irrigation scheme, minimally operational too. Minimally operational as the conveyance distribution structures are not 100% conventional. However, improvement of the same has been budgeted for under the FSRP project. So there are plans to work on the infrastructure to bring it to full operation. Number 6, we have Nawapeto surface irrigation scheme. That one is operational. Number 7, Lokwaliwa drip irrigation project. This particular one is minimally operational due to inadequate irrigation water supply from the only 1 number existing bowl against an expansive land of 5 hectares. Number 8, we have Nakot drip irrigation project. This is not operational because it was vandalized as a result of internal conflicts, again a pointer to insecurity. Number 9, we have Kapelbok surface irrigation scheme. It's not operational, but it's been considered for improvement under the Food Security Resilience Project, FSRP program that is funded by World Bank, and it's a national government project. Number 10, we have Katilu surface irrigation scheme, which is operational. In Turkana East, we have Morilem surface irrigation scheme that is operational. Number 2, we have Lokubai surface irrigation scheme, which is also operational. 3, we have Elelea surface irrigation scheme, also operational. Number 4, we have Morulem drip irrigation scheme. That one is minimally operational as the control unit in the pumping system is not working. Number 5, we have Lopedru drip irrigation scheme. This particular one is not operational, but upon completion of 30% works that have been paid, the contract is overdue for the completion of the 70% pending works. The 30% completed works are drilling and fencing, and the 70% that is remaining includes solar equipping, installation of pipe network, storage tanks, and latrine. Question number 2 is on measures undertaken by the county government to rehabilitate, expand, and sustain existing irrigation schemes. The department has undertaken reconnaissance, surveys, and designs of major irrigation schemes. So we have data on what is required, or rather what is missing. However, underfunding has been the major bottleneck in the rehabilitation, expansion, and sustenance of the existing irrigation schemes. So funding remains a major constraint. The Turkana County government, through the Food Systems Resilience Project, FSRP, plans to rehabilitate 3 irrigation schemes, namely Juluk, Nawapeto, and Kapelibok surface irrigation schemes in the next financial year. That is 2026-2027. Forward to question 3 on the funding allocated to irrigation development during the current and the previous financial years and projects implemented thereunder. So the last 3 financial years backwards from 2025-2026. Starting with the Turkana South, 1, Nakwamoru surface irrigation schemes, no funds have been allocated in the last 3 financial years. Number 2, Nakwamoru drip irrigation project. In the financial year 2023-2024, a total of 42,472,219 shillings were allocated for Kaptir Lokwar surface irrigation scheme for the financial year 2024-2025. A total of 16 million Kenya shillings was allocated to this particular irrigation scheme. For Juluk surface irrigation scheme for financial year 2025-2026, under the FSRP project, it was allocated 17 million, and it's currently at the procurement stage because of slow flow of funds from the national government. We rely on national government to disburse funds for this particular project. Number 5, irrigation scheme under Turkana South. We have Nawapeto surface irrigation scheme for financial year 2025-2026. Again, under the FSRP project, a total of 17 million shillings was allocated. And again, this project is still at the procurement stage, and the major drawback is the slow release of funds from the national government. Again, we rely on the national government for the flow of funds to this particular project. Number 6, still under Turkana South, we have Kapelbok Surface Irrigation Scheme. In the financial year 2025-2026, under FSRP project, a total of 17 million was allocated and procurement is underway. The same reason is delaying the forward tracking, because we rely on national government for the release of funds to support this particular project. Number 7, under Turkana South, we have Nakot Drip Irrigation Scheme. No funds were allocated. Number 8, we have Lokwaliwa Drip Irrigation. No funds were allocated in the last 3 years. Number 9, we have Kanaodon Surface Irrigation Scheme. No funds were allocated in the last 3 financial years. Number 10, we have Katilu Surface Irrigation Scheme. In the financial year 2023-2024, a total of 14,900,150 shillings were allocated. In Turkana East, we have 2, Elelia Surface Irrigation Scheme and Lokwi Surface Irrigation Scheme. For Elelia, in the financial year 2023-2024, a total of 15 million shillings was allocated. And for Lokwi Surface Irrigation Scheme, in the year 2024-2025, a total of 30 million shillings was allocated. We move forward to the 4th question on challenges affecting the performance of irrigation schemes and interventions being undertaken. We begin in Turkana South. The first challenge is Malimalite and Takwel River water deflections upstream of the Nakwamoru intake obstruction structure, making the riverbed erosion, leading to deflection of water away from the intake chamber. So no water is able to get in optimally as a result of upstream deflection at the point of convergence of the 2 rivers. And the intervention currently being undertaken is civil works being undertaken to construct a porous 75-meter river cross weir with the purpose of stabilizing the riverbed and normalizing the flow velocities at the convergence of Takwel and Malimalte rivers upstream of the intake, so that we are able to fully operationalize the scheme for the benefit of the community. Number 2, again, number 2 constraint is inadequate water supply due to the large size of the farm. A farm is 5 acre against a low yielding bore and Nakwamoru drip. So water is affecting Lokwaliwa irrigation and Nakwamoru drip irrigation. The intervention there is the ministry is undertaking an hydrological survey. The ministry plans to undertake hydrological survey, drilling, and equipping of additional bores and storages so that there is sufficient water to address the current water constraint. Number 3 constraint is insecurity, both internal and external, for Nakot and Kaputir irrigation schemes. And the intervention currently in the pipeline is to conduct peace missions in the affected regions for community coexistence. And I think all leaders, this is a call for all leaders so that we are able to make sure the communities live in peace, to allow them to attend to development activities. Number 4 constraint, which is a major one, is lack of budgetary allocation. This one is affecting Kanaodon and all other schemes that need rehabilitation or construction of additional conventional irrigation infrastructure. So budgetary allocation, prioritization of our needs as a county, I think this is the major bottleneck. Now, the intervention we are proposing for Kanaodon, we propose construction of RCC line main canal section for about 1 kilometer, construction of sub-main canals 1.5 kilometer, and construction of infield hydraulic structures, and construction of flood control structure, a 1,000-meter long dike. For Nakwamuru drip, drilling and equipping of additional 2 boreholes. We need more water in the scheme. An installation of 2 elevated steel tanks of about 50 cubic meter each to facilitate storage of the available water. And number 3, for Nakwamuru drip irrigation, extension of the irrigation water application structures to cover the whole of the 12.5 hectares of the farm. For Lokwaliwa drip irrigation, we need to undertake drilling and equipping of additional 1 bore, and also installation of steel tank, 50 cubic meters, as the main storage to feed the infield tanks. So basically, where there is water scarcity, we need to expand the availability of water through drilling of additional bores and expansion of storage. On Turkana East irrigation schemes, the first constraint is excessive irrigation water conveyance losses, mainly attributed to soil looseness in the open and lined canal sections. So a straightforward intervention is required there, that the open canals are lined using concrete and stone pitching to minimize the zippage of water into the soil. The second constraint affecting Turkana East irrigation schemes is we have a worn out on-farm irrigation infrastructure, and basically this requires rehabilitation of the on-farm structures such as division boxes, road crossings, and gates. Constraint number 3 is scarcity of water, which is a common one, as you have observed in Turkana South too. The scarcity of water due to annual dry spells owing to the seasonality of River Kerio that we majorly bank on for irrigation in East. And the proposed intervention there is development of upstream dam, and this is very, very, very key, Lowat Dam. And if this dam is in place, it can support Morulem, it can support Lokubai, it can also support LLA, surface irrigation production, in all these schemes. And in line with this, the State Department of Irrigation has already done feasibility studies. That is the initial step towards understanding the problem. So a feasibility study for Lowat Dam has been undertaken by the State Department, and in the coming days, I think we'll progress this activity with the consultation between the county government and the national government. The FSRP project is developing community sustainable agroforestry demonstration farm in LLA using sunk shallow wells. I think the findings of this will again be plowed back in terms of developing the right infrastructure to ensure there is water for the irrigation scheme. Constraint number 4 is animal-related damage to crops under irrigated agriculture in the schemes. And this is particularly affecting especially Lokubai and Lokui And there is perimeter fencing of the scheme that is ongoing in those two schemes. Again, subject to availability of funds, this is something that can easily be undertaken to ensure that we protect the crops from livestock. Number 5, the last question, is on plans for establishment of new irrigation schemes, including locations, timelines, and budgetary allocations. And the response there is currently, we have no plan to establish new irrigation schemes because we have many irrigation schemes, and I think what is required is we need to focus on rehabilitation of the existing schemes to optimize production. Kerio River, the source of irrigation water supporting the 3 conventional schemes of Morulem, Lokubai, and Elelea, is overstretched due to its natural seasonality of the flow. So in East, if you are talking of expanding or creating new irrigation scheme, and you already have a water problem, I think that will be not feasible. That's why we think we need to focus on developing the dam, Lowat Dam, to be able to support. So in a nutshell, we are not planning on new irrigation schemes. Our focus should be to develop what we already have. We have about over 70 irrigation platforms that we need to improve instead of creating new ones. Yeah, up to there, Honorable Speaker, I think I can rest my response for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael, the CECM for Agriculture, Livestock Development and Fisheries, for your responses to the questions. Honorable members, I now want to usher in the questionnaire, Honorable Mary Nakapon, to ask some supplementary questions to this effect.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the...
Honorable Mary, put your mic on.
It is on. I don't know why it is not loud. I am loud enough. Yeah, very much. Honorable Speaker, from I want to thank the CCM for his answer. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that when I was in school, the Maslow hierarchy of needs, you will always begin from the 3 basic needs. You know, Honorable Speaker, I don't know what I'm going to say, because when the CCM was talking of, was listing the irrigation schemes from Turkana South, of all the 10 that he mentioned, it is only 2 which are operational. 8 are not operational or minimal operation. In Turkana East, the same way. So like 3/4 are not operational. It is only, let's say, 1/4 that is operational. Honorable Speaker, this is money that we placed in these irrigation schemes. I want also to say that I may not really be conversant with what he has, because I don't know. I don't know Turkana East, I don't know Turkana. I may be convinced by your answers, but it is the people who know those places that will. But there is what I also know from where I come from. Now, you talk of us having 70 irrigation schemes. Is the 𝐂𝐒𝐒 irrigation scheme among the 70? Is it among the 70? Because that is the one that we have ever visited. That is the one that I know, the status. And this 𝐂𝐒𝐒 irrigation scheme it was for the previous regime. But there is also the other one that was constructed by the current regime. And even that one is not, I doubt if it has even produced anything. You know, Honorable Speaker, the essence of having irrigation schemes is to have food security. Food security, and to make sure that our people can have food. In other world, people are fighting to have sustainable food security. But now, what we are talking of as irrigations are just ideas that people come up with, and then they decide that let us put it here. Whether it will work or it will not work, it is nobody really cares.
Information, Honorable Speaker.
I don't want to be informed. Let me finish.
Honorable Abdifata, you will come after she has asked supplementary questions. He will give you information later.
Or maybe let him inform.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes we need to save lives. That's a priority in this House. We felt like this thing is going very high. We requested it to be lowered at least to accommodate our temperature. Thank you.
Point taken. Point taken. It's already communicated. Kindly, Sergeant at Arms, do the necessary. Proceed, Honorable
Okay.
Mary.
So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say, Honorable CCM, I don't really know what I want to tell you, but there is a little bit of laxity in all this. Like, if out of at least 5 should be functional, half of them, but then 2 out of 10. I don't know. Maybe I will sit and allow my fellows to ask.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. Now that the supplementary question from Honorable Mary, a few, I think we are going to consider other honorable members. I think the questions, supplementary questions from Honorable Mary were just few. I want to connect with other members' supplementary questions so that Dr. Michael Erege can answer them on a rejoinder. I now want to welcome honorable members to ask their supplementary questions, but as usual, you are supposed to talk once. Thank you, honorable members. It's your turn. Go ahead, Honorable Jacinta.
Sana Mheshimiwa Spika, kunipea nafasi kuchangia machache kuhusu irrigations. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati tulienda mashinani Lukicha, tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu mahali penye mashamba ilisemekana inafanya kazi ni upande wa Turkana South na East. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi niliokooptiwa na chairman wa agriculture, nilienda kusunguka kwa hizo mashamba. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile ninaposikia CCM akisema ni 70, kati ya hizi 70, 2 tu labda ndio inafanya kazi, lakini ikifanya kazi hakuna hata siku. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeenda kulonji mahindi ambayo imetoka kwa hizo mashamba, hata siku moja. Mheshimiwa Spika, ya pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, tulienda irrigation ya Katilu tulishindwa hata kuingia ndani ya shamba ambayo ilikuwa, sababu hii etira imesunguka kila mahali, haina barabara ambayo tungeingia ndani tuone kabisa ndani kabisa, ndio tukikuja hapa tunapeana vitu ambacho umeona. Mheshimiwa Spika, inakuwa ni shida sisi kuingia pale. Ukienda hapo kwa hii puti ambayo wameweka kwa mto kupeleka maji kwa mashamba ni ndogo, ambaye hizo mashamba ambayo zilisemekana siku hapo ingeweza peleka maji ya kutosha ndani ya hizo mashamba. Mheshimiwa Spika, CCM ingekuwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, siku moja tu tuloketiwe tu tuambie sisi MCS wote wale 30 wards waende waangalie ile mashamba zimewekwa kwao, kwa sababu hatutapoteza pesa bure na hatuna kitu, na sisi kila siku ndio tunaonekana kwa runinga tuko na njaa kila siku. Najua iko siku natakana tujiondoe siku moja ionyeshe mahindi ambayo tumetoa kwa hizo mashamba zetu, isemekana hata Waturkana wametoa mahindi. Ndio hii saa hii tuwezi kulikuwa kila siku mahindi. Hii pesa tunaweka kwa irrigation, tulikuwa tunafikiri kati ya 70, labda Mheshimiwa Spika 35 iwe imefanya kazi. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi tuna kashoda, Mheshimiwa Spika, tuko na yanadunga ambaye ilikuwa inatakana iwe imeproduce chakula, hata kama mahindi itakuwa mtama ambaye inafuniwa mara sijui ngapi kwa mamiezi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ingekuwa kwa hizo mashamba itakuwa sasa, kama tunaweka tu pesa shamba moja na ni mamilioni ya pesa ndio zinaingia huku. Nilienda ya kashoda juzi, wakati tulienda audit, tuliingia kwa hizo shamba kwa sababu ilikuwa kwa ripoti ya audit. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwenda kufika pale hakuna kitu, naona tu wanatoa etira ndani ya ya fence. Nikasema kwani hapa ipandu? Unajua watu wanatakana kwenda kuelimishwa ndio wajue vile watapanda hizo mboga ndani ya hilo shamba, lakini ikifensiwa tu ati ni irrigation ya kutoka Turkana North inawachwa hivyo. Sasa itakuwa ni irrigation gani? Itakuwa kila siku tunahitaji hapa kuuliza maswali kwa vitu ambavyo natakana. Najua mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi kabisa kwa maoni yangu ilikuwa natakana Mheshimiwa Spika, siku moja vile nimesema ionekane kwa runinga kama ni mali naitwa gala ama naitwa ni gala scheme. Unajua mimi nilienda paka gala scheme nikiwa Lomidat, nikiwa member wa Lomidat. Nilienda huko nikaona ni kama tu hapa, lakini maji ilitolewa ndani hapo na ikapandwa mashamba. Ndio siku moja ikaonekana hata hawa wamepanda wako na, lakini hii yetu ya Turkana kila siku. Na kitu cha kwanza ilikuwa natakana maji ishimbwe ndani kabla shamba ijafensiwa, ijafanywa nini, iwe imetolewa maji ndio hii mmea ile iko hapo inapandwa imee. Sasa itakuwa tu irrigation, lakini hakuna bahole ya maji hakuna hapo ndani, inawekwa tu hivyo tu. Hiyo kwanza ya ya Katilu, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mali safi, lakini ilikuwa natakana iwe shamba ambayo inaonekana. Atira sasa ndio itakuwa irrigation. Mheshimiwa Spika, najua vitu zingine tuongee tu ukweli, kwa sababu MCS tumechoka kila siku kuita CCM kuja kutoa jibu swali. Siku ingine Mheshimiwa Spika, hii bunge iende mashinani ilete hiyo jibu, ilete kwa hili kwa assembly. Unajua imefika mahali mimi nikiwa Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiwa CCM naweza ulizwa maswali. Najua wacha nirudi nyuma kidogo. Mimi ni mfungwa kwa mfano, alafu naambiwa ukuje utoa ushahidi. Unajua ni ngumu. Wewe complainer ndio unatakana ukuje uandike statement yako, ndio wakati unauliza mstakiwa ujibu swali kulingana na vile ilivyo. Unajua wakati sasa maswali inarudi na kwa CCM ndio wanatujibu, inakuwa ni ngumu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ndio vile Mheshimiwa Mary amesema, sijui nitasema nini, kwa sababu because huwezi kustaki mtu na akuletee kabla kamati ya agriculture ijaenda mashinani iende ilete jibu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivyo ndio itakayofanyika, kwa sababu wakati ya 2013 2017 ilikuwa wakati statement hata ikiletwa kwa hili bunge, ile kamati ambayo imeletwa maswali inaenda mashinani, inaenda inaleta jibu. Saa hizi sijui 2022 imekuwa sasa wewe unastaki CCM unataka uulize maswali hapa, nje ameleta jibu. Inakuwa ni ngumu Mheshimiwa Spika. Ni hayo Mheshimiwa Spika ndio nilikuwa na changia.
Thank you, Honorable Jacinta. I also want to direct, in case you are given an opportunity to speak, kindly let us avoid a lot of narration. We narrow to the questions so that we are able to capture them clearly. Honorable Otelel, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first allow me to thank the sponsor of the question for enabling our able CCM appear before this House and answer some of the substantive questions. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this House is guided through our standing orders. And Mr. Speaker, if we invoke standing order number 101, it is expressed that this House only consumes facts. And Mr. Speaker, I say this because the responses that have been provided by the Honorable CECM to this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, to me, to some extent, I disagree. Because what I've heard from the responses is contrary to what I know, or I personally cognizant about some of these irrigation schemes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the information that the CCM has provided is false and equally discriminative. Unless, Mr. Speaker, he proves that he was among the team that went round and ascertained the status of these both surveys and deep irrigation schemes across this county, Mr. Speaker. A case of LLA irrigation scheme, Mr. Speaker, that actually begs a question that what thresholds confirms that an irrigation scheme is operational? Because, Mr. Speaker, LLA irrigation scheme is a surface irrigation scheme that from its neighborhood or sister irrigation schemes like Lokubai and Morlem could not be discriminated, deliberately discriminated, Mr. Speaker, because the CCM have just said that irrigation scheme called LLA in Katilia is operational. Whereas, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, that irrigation scheme is in pathetic condition. LLA irrigation scheme, right from the main intake, it is really wanting, because that main intake requires to be strengthened. In fact, just from the previous long range, it was about to be swept by the floods. And that too was endangering the settlements of the villagers of LLA irrigation, or the farmers for that matter, Mr. Speaker. So it faces issues, main intake to be strengthened, canal issue that need to be desilted, heavily desilted, Mr. Speaker. There is a case with invasion by the Prosovis plant, which we all know that it grows very fast As we speak now, LLA irrigation scheme is a thicket. There is no even a single farmer that is working in that particular irrigation scheme. Mr. Speaker, number 3, that's why I'm saying the statement by the CCM is discriminative. That apart from LLA, it's only Morulem and Lokubai. I speak from issues Turkana East that are only facing farmers, livestock conflicts. While, Mr. Speaker, the livelihoods of cattle, and in particular LLA irrigation scheme, are agro-pastoralists. So there is no way that we are rearing animals, at the same time we are doing growing crops, and there is no way that these animals would at some point enter and infect the farms. And so that could be the reason excluding LLA irrigation scheme from being considered for fencing. So that is discriminative, Mr. Speaker, and I will ask and urge the CECM to resign that statement and relook into issues LLA fence. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue of Lopedro drip irrigation, Mr. Speaker. I've heard that the contractor has been paid that % for the initial works, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, just for your information, the drip irrigation for Lopedro was awarded to the contractor a long time ago, before even we came in as the third assembly. And Mr. Speaker, because of negligence and laxity by the contractor, whatever was begun has vanished because of human action and animals' activities. So there is nothing as we speak now that is linking to anything to do with drip irrigation at Lopedro. And Mr. Speaker, during our supplementary 2, Mr. Speaker, I saw that there is an advancement payment of 9 million to that contractor in the name Lokamita somebody. And I was interested to know who is this person, so that I get to know how is he or her prepared through his company to go and do the works to completion. But Mr. Speaker, my efforts to reach out to that particular person whom I was provided with these contacts, they had fruitless, because every other time I called, he just speaks, he listens to me. When I introduce myself as the honorable member for that particular place, then he puts off his phone. That means a lot, Mr. Speaker, that there is something fishy that is a go between the contractor and possibly the department. And this calls for an action through the department, so that as the CECM listens here, he summons that particular contractor and even extend that invitation probably to to me so that we get to know how is he going to complete the works for Lopedru drip irrigation, Mr. Speaker.
Be concluding.
So that is my case, Mr. Speaker. The people of Lopedru are yearning to see the services as per the mark that was appropriated for that particular project, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Otedel. Honorable Michael Echale, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Add my voice and.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my point of order is on welfare.
Sorry, on?
On welfare.
Welfare, go ahead.
Looking at the order paper, we still have a number of things to be undertaken. Yet, when you look around, it seems like if we dry our throats, we will obviously faint because we have no water to quench the thirst as we continue interrogating the CECM, as we wait for the chairperson for budget. I don't know exactly what is the reason why today the county assembly lacks water.
Thank you for that very important point of order. Sergeant at Arms, kindly inquire why we do not have water in the house so that we are able to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Honorable Alio for intervening because of our welfare, which seems not be taken care of. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the CCM for Agriculture, Pastorism and Fisheries for the responses he has given. And we want to thank him because, of course, personally, agriculture or farming is an area my people rely upon. And bear in mind that the the second agenda number 2 for His Excellency Dr. Jeremiah Potikan is on food security. So the person who has raised this question, of course, we really want also to thank him for that. From the response, I want to say that even from the CCM himself, I was seeing there was no confidence in his responses. Seemingly, it's like the responses even is giving, he may not even be sure of. Honourable Speaker, I wanted the CCM to, because he had the challenges and then also the interventions. But look at the interventions, there are no timelines. There are no timelines. We are not seeing, just say this is maybe civil work, but he says, so time frame. When are these interventions? When will these interventions be done? Because we need to know that for this challenge, we are willing, we are ready to intervene by this this particular time. About the irrigation schemes in Nakwamoru, Lokwar, Kaptir, Kapelibok, and Juluk. Truly, there are no farming activities taking place. There are no farming activities take place. When we talk about the drip irrigation that was for the budget, the financial year 2023, 2024, I think that one is doing very little. As he said, there is a acute shortage of water. And of course, we have pointed this out so much, and yet, since it was launched, since it was handed to the farmers, we've had a problem of water. We had a shortage of water. Seemingly, the bowl seems not to, maybe to collapse or something like that, because it's very, very little to provide enough water. Honorable Speaker, one problem, one challenge we have is the provision of farm inputs. The farm inputs, the seeds are not given to farmers. They are not given to farmers. I don't know whether they even procure or not. Then if they procure, then where do these go to? Because if farmers do not receive, then what are we doing about farming? So maybe the CC actually come up with what happens during the rainy season when farming is to be done, planting is to be done. We're also looking at the machineries, the tractors for even plowing. They are not there. And I think these machineries are lying here. So people are just doing it, farmers are doing it just manually. So why are these farm inputs, implements are not actually given to farmers? So as for us to realize the idea of food security, securing food for the people in Turkana. 3, Honorable Speaker, one thing that is killing us, and the CC has just mentioned, is about one challenge is about the lack of peace, the insecurity that is external and internal. For us, we are looking, the worst one is the internal. That is the farmers' pastoralist conflicts. That is the worst. In fact, farmers have just put down their tools. They don't do anything because you plant, and then they drive animals. Those few that survive, they come and harvest daringly. So there is a very serious conflict between the pastoralists and the farmers in my area. And this has actually made the farmers to leave shambas, to leave their farms, because they waste their energy, they waste the little resources, maybe to buy inputs, then at the end, they don't have it. So year in, year out. So what is this peace missions? When is it done? Where is it done? Because for quite a number of years, I'm a farmer, by the way. And for the last 2 years, I haven't harvested. I have not harvested. Neither the whole community. So there is that problem, which maybe the CEC has to really come in. About the budgetary allocations for this, it's a long story. Even in the first regime, okay, some funds were allocated to these irrigation schemes. For example, a farm irrigation scheme like Nakwamoro, a lot of money. Even during the time of the current CEC East Africa, a lot of money, about 120 million. So we are talking about the civil works. We are talking about the civil work. That is where I'll put maybe my blame. What is seriousness? what seriousness is in our civil engineers. Because if you look even at even the engineers we have, even on these construction works, there's a lot of things that cause a lot of doubt. So the civil works is a problem. So maybe you need to look at this seriously.
Honorable Michael, be concluding.
Yes. So in budgetary allocations, for example, you talk of Lokwar, which allocated 30 million. And in the course of time, it is reduced to 16. You read it. Why 16? And the allocation was 30 million. Why 16? What's the reduction for? Which farm did this go to work to do? And so you expect this work that is incomplete. And again, at the same time, the contractor has not been paid for him to do perfect work so that the farmers can produce enough food. So there's also a problem in budgetary allocations, which sometimes it's put there, and then after some time, then I think some part of it, then it is not paid. So contractors are not paid. And if they are not paid, then they will not complete the work. So what is done about such issues? Those are the very few supplementary issues I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mike. Honorable Abudivata, proceed. Honorable members, I still want you guys to minimize too much explanation. We have a lot of business in the business paper.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise also to add my voice on this discussion. I'm not rising to raise more supplementary questions, but I just want to give my inputs in regard to the response given by the CCM. Honorable Speaker, it's true that some irrigations are working. I can bear witness. Sometimes back early last year, we went for project verification with my committee for public accounts and investment. It happened that we visited Nangiton irrigation scheme with the CCM. Actually, what we saw there, farms were working well. The canals were drawing water good. There was a good plantation of maize, sorghum, and cashew nuts in those irrigation. The only challenge we saw from those farms are the massive growth of the post office. The massive growth of the post office, which actually affected the entire farm. And it was a challenge even to the farmers trying to uproot all these trees because it was really spreading all over. So the only thing I could urge the CCM to do in such a kind of irrigation which are working, the government needs to put on in making sure those post offices disappear by trying to do frequent uprooting to enhance production of food. Number two, Honorable Speaker, there's an irrigation farm which was meant to be in Napu. It is true that Napu irrigation scheme is not working. It's full of post office, again, as said. The government had placed some some inputs, structures inside, water boreholes were drilled, fencing was done, but the actual plantation is nothing. There's nothing in it. So we need to look on that so that we see what we are trying to invest can also bear some productive yields for our people. I cannot talk much about Katilu Farm and Lorocon because the honorable members coming from those regions can tell much about it. There's a place again I can also refer, which is meant to be an irrigation scheme, that is Nadunga. Honorable Speaker, Nadunga, nothing is working, not even a fence. It is true that we invested money, but there's nothing in that place. The CCM, we want you to take an affirmative action on that, on those schemes. Because some of these schemes, those are the projects from the other regime. But we cannot make them disappear. We need to revive. and make them working. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, this county assembly and the county government had taken some people to train in Israel about agriculture. And those people came back from Israel. They are here in Turkana. Currently, most of them have no jobs. They have not exercised what they learned from Israel. What was the need of taking these people to those countries? How are they going to execute the knowledge they brought from that region if we are not going to employ them? That is my plea to the department. We want them to take an affirmative action to those people. If there's any activity related to agriculture, please employ those people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Willie Napio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I request I speak in a low tone because what is provided by the CECM is a blatant lie. So some of us, Honorable Speaker, I think some of us will not allow blatant lie in this house. I want to thank the author of this particular questions. That is my brother Etubon, Honorable Etubon. So I'm a bit confused because when seeing in the question paper, it indicates that it is Honorable Etubon who is supposed to deliver this question, but I don't know whether it is
Honorable Willie, that is not your business.
Yes.
That's what I was saying. When you given a chance to talk, go straight to the supplementary questions.
Yes.
Because the sponsor of the question, so to say, is the chairman from Agriculture Department. Okay. So as you've seen in the paper.
Sorry,
but kindly go straight to the supplementary questions.
Thank you, Bwana Speaker. After going through the response from the CEC, I think most of the project lies on not operational, minimally operational, but the ones that are operational are few. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of modelling drip irrigation, I had raised several statements in this house. Again, raised the same questions, raised again some questions on this particular project. But it was hindered by circumstances. So maybe I will wish to hear from the CEC whether the questions I raised, did he send his representative in modelling irrigation scheme? Because I've heard that modelling drip irrigation, because I've heard that it is minimally operational. For now, this particular drip irrigation died on its arrival. So when you tell me it is minimally operational, it is a blatant lie, as I said earlier. So I raised this question. Up to now, I have not received the answer. I think this drip irrigation by now, it is inhabited by pro-service. Everywhere is pro-service. But when you tell me it is minimally operational, then who is cheating who? Because I belong to the same village that this particular drip irrigation was constructed. So maybe the CCM can tell me about that, because he's talking about the motors, what. Yet everything in that new was not constructed as it was required in the beginning. Nothing was done there. On the issue of Lokwe irrigation scheme was allocated 30 million, which was meant for fencing. But the money which was allocated 30 million was reduced to 17 million. Maybe the CEC can tell me the reason to why this money was deducted. And this money was meant for tallow,
not even for the county government. It was for Talo. I was allocated 40 million. We allocated 30 for fencing and 10 for water in Nakulas. Even now that project for water has been deleted. This one has been reduced from 30 million to 17 million. Maybe the CEC can tell me why was that money, why was the reduction done? Then, because most of the, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. We are talking of lining of canals. That's a plan that the ministry is maybe putting or what. Maybe can the CEC tell us when will this canal be lined? Because he's saying that that's the challenge that the irrigation schemes are facing, the lining of canals, the issue of dilapidated infrastructure. Maybe let the CEC tell us when. Recently, Honorable Speaker, we had given a contractor a contract of 4 million for farm tools and equipment. These farm tools and equipment were delivered to the farmers of Moreland. But surprisingly, the contractor was not paid and everything was deleted in the system, that he has not supplied anything. Where are we going surely? Should we keep on calling the CCM in this house every now and then to give us second-hand information instead of giving us first-hand information? And we are seeing this is the house for rules and regulation. Every now and then. And there is no changes. Hi. It's not a laughing matter, my friends.
Honorable member, cool down and ask them.
Honorable Speaker.
Now I can see the tone rising, so you can
Honorable
continue.
Speaker,
Yes.
I have three proposals. Kindly, Honorable Speaker, I request the money meant for relief food, to be slashed from the relief food so that at least to be taken to this particular ministry. At least if we want to restore the livelihood of our people, at least if we can slash some money from relief food, because even this relief food we are getting once. So if we want to restore the livelihood of our people, at least it will have been good. Another proposal is the county government to employ technical team. Honorable Speaker, we have a hardworking chief officer in this ministry called David Maraganamus. He's a very hardworking man. So if this man can be given at least enough resources, at least this county will go far. So at least it is good for us. They employ technical team in this particular department, because the people working in this department, Mr. Speaker, some of them are water engineers, some of them are social workers. They are not irrigation engineers. So it is good we deploy the direct quality professionals in this particular ministry. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I'm not happy with the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Aliwo will be the last one to go. Finally, the man from Delta, Honorable 𝐂𝐎𝐔𝐍𝐓𝐘, will finalize it. We have a lot of business in the business paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to appreciate the fact that appreciate the sponsor of this question for well thought and well put questions. Mr. Speaker, I saw you preserving space for Honorable 𝐂𝐎𝐓𝐘, who comes from Lexon. There's nothing like irrigation schemes not.
Mr. Speaker. Honorable 𝐂𝐎𝐓𝐘, that was just on a lighter note. I don't want to waste time because we still have a lot. Kindly proceed, Honorable Aliwo.
I withdraw that, Mr. Speaker, so that we allow Honorable 𝐂𝐎𝐓𝐘 to have some peace. There is irrigation scheme at Nadoto. We will now continue. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also want to appreciate the CECM for attempting to put some content into these questions, but I want to put my concerns over my word, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I was going through the script, they were saying on the status of irrigation schemes, they said irrigation scheme called Nakot Drip Irrigation Scheme was vandalized. And they said it's because of intra-conflicts arising from insecurity menace. Mr. Speaker, when I went down, I also saw the plans of the department on rehabilitation and expansion of existing irrigation schemes. Mr. Speaker, what became disservice to my eyes is there was no touch on Nakot irrigation scheme, even after the Kenyan government has whipped out or has rooted out the guns that caused the insecurity menace that may be contributed to the so-called vandalization of Nakot drip irrigation scheme. So, Mr. Speaker, my concern is, when I saw, they said, on rehabilitation expansion existing irrigation schemes, they said the CCM has indicated that they will rehabilitate 3 irrigation schemes, that is Juluk, Nawepeto, and Kapelbo. Mr. Speaker, these are neighborhood irrigation schemes, and they seem to be in one region, Mr. Speaker. So when Honorable Alphonse was using the word discriminatory, Mr. Speaker, it now has the meaning. To me now it has the meaning because Nakot is just a stone throw from the 3 irrigation schemes that the department is planning to rehabilitate, yet they are in one region and Nakot has been left out, Mr. Speaker. Number 2, in the naming and even counting of the existing irrigation schemes, Mr. Speaker, my eyes were glued on the tablet, and I did not see Koptiro irrigation scheme. I did not see Lomosingo irrigation scheme, both in Lobokot Ward, Mr. Speaker. Yet, Koptiro irrigation scheme in the year 2019-2022, the county government had allocated 20 million. Mr. Speaker, if this irrigation scheme did not exist, because if it's not indicated here, it means it does not exist. If this irrigation scheme did not exist, why was the government allocating 20 million to this irrigation scheme? Because I thought even a mention of it could be better. But now it is like it's not there. So if the issue of insecurity had stumbled and ensured that all programs in Lobokot Ward had come to standstill, Mr. Speaker, but the government is doing us a favor now, then it seems like all the departments should react over the security stabilization that is coming to that ward, so that all the projects that were supposed to take place, we can now start maybe mentioning them, rejuvenating them, rehabilitating them, like Koptiro irrigation scheme, Lomosingo irrigation scheme, Nakot irrigation scheme. They should come back to fruition, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, I finally ask, does the department know the existence of the 2 irrigation schemes that I've mentioned, apart from the Nakot irrigation scheme, so that we know if they are in the data or they were forgotten long time ago? Because we are the start of Malimalite River. We are the start of Weiwei River, where we need to, our irrigation schemes have to supply food to the existing population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Samuel. Honorable David Yakod, lastly, and then we give it to
Mr. Speaker,
the CCM.
I will be brief. Mr. Speaker, I am so surprised that Honorable Aliu do not even know whether irrigation scheme in Nadoto and Nangtu.
That was on a light note.
So you
I
should
think
be aware.
proceed, Honorable David Yakod.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, other members have just raised issues. pertaining irrigations on agriculture issues. Mr. Speaker, when we are not allocating enough funds to these schemes, Mr. Speaker, we will only see the challenges that we are facing. It's because the budget that we are allocating is even low. And another thing is that the way the CECM has just said, it is because these people, the officers, cannot even move to the areas concerned to give right information. If things are turned down, no movement, no focus, moving to facilitate this process, how can we get the real information? Mr. Speaker, my concern is that do we have deployed professionals to these schemes? Because in Nadoto and Nangtun, I request the CCM to tell me who is deployed to that area, so that when we want information, that person who is a supervisor supervising those schemes, that's where the rain starts to beat us. Because we have nobody in those schemes. It is only 1 inch who are the supervisors and engineers of their own schemes. It is therefore this county, if to realize that as an issue, so to deploy in every schemes a technical people who will actually bring the information, the right information, to rest some issues. We know that agriculture is a backbone of this county. And also, if we are not treated well, that's where we are suffering. And Mr. Speaker, if second supplementary budget will come again, we will request the chair of the budget to see over this matter. Or otherwise, Mr. Speaker, why do we lose the money? For example, they are from Talo, not even from the county, from Talo. That's a very big issue. 30 million
be concluding
and 17 million were used. Where is the 13 million goes? Does it mean that the Talo people actually...
Honorable Code, you know, in most cases, we are strictly answering supplementary questions that have been asked. So kindly be concluding.
Let
so
me
that,
conclude.
Instead of
can the CCM
too much
tell us
narration.
where the balances of this money goes?
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Dr. Mike, kindly respond to the question so that we are able to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to make two general comments. The first one is on the allegation that I stand here to present lies, which is a very, very serious allegation. The second one is on my level of confidence, which is equally serious. These two issues touch on professionalism. They touch on the office that I hold, and I'm obliged to respond as follows. On lies, when I come to present in front of this honorable house, I bring information that has been collected and worked on at the level of my department by technical people who are employed and trained. The question should not be lies. It should be, when would we together go to the field to verify? It's good to have that mutual respect. I respect this honorable house. And when, as the servant of the people, when I stand here and I'm told that I'm a liar, that is not fair, Honorable Speaker. On the level of confidence, this one, nobody will take it away from me. And I want it to go to record that I'm always confident on what I do, because that's what I believe in. And when the honorable member, Michael Ekale, who knows how I grew up a few years ago, or many years ago, depending on how you look at it, says that my level of confidence is low, that is an attack on my person and professionalism. And I think I wanted to let this go to record, that those comments were not considerate. And I'm doing this in all fairness. I don't hold any bad feelings about this, but I thought I should put that straight, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, honorable members. Back to the questions. Question by the Honorable Nakapuan. Yes, Kakwanyang is part of the 70. And why these schemes are not operational, we gave quite a number of reasons on the constraints. But the major one, as I told you earlier, as I shared earlier, which we all need to put our heads together and address this. The main problem with these irrigation schemes is funding. Funding, when you talk of the canals not working, intakes not working, when you talk of prosopis colonizing the farms, the irrigation schemes, all these require financial muscle to be able to correct. So it begins in the budget. And for the budget, it's collective effort from both the executive and the assembly, at least so that we work together, the two arms work together and ensure that food security is indeed a priority. Just the way the Honorable Nakapuan put it, that first things first, food security is so basic. So we need to prioritize this, both as a house and as the executive. To the question by the Honorable Abenyo on the display of the produce and involving the MCAs, I think this is one area we'll need to work on, because our produce in terms of sorghum and maize is annually up to the level of more than 600 bags. So I take note that we need to involve the honorable members, at least to display what we've been able to harvest as evidence that some work is being done. So this is something we can organize, subject to availability of facilitation. The Honorable Loteder touched on whether the information that I've provided is true or false. He was leaning more on it being false. I think I've already addressed that. We need to do a joint verification mission so that we can all learn instead of putting it the way we are currently doing it. And I rely on technical staff to have this information before me. But that is feedback that indicates that we need to go together and check. That is the way forward, and not blame any side for for what is being presented. LLA irrigation scheme, you said it's not operational, whereas we indicated that it's operational. But from your presentation, I take note that you have pointed out to the fact that the canals need to be desilted, Prosopis juliflora needs to be uprooted, and it also requires fencing. But this is not to say it's not operational. So it's operational, but we need to strengthen, to work on these shortcomings. Lopedru drip irrigation, I have heard about your sentiments on the contractor, and the action here is I will revisit this issue. We'll need to call the contractor and the project file so that we again review and get to know where it is. But I think it's a procurement issue, and the law is clear on what actions should be taken. So I picked this up together with the chief officer and the technical team. We'll bring you on board when we're engaging the contractor. The Honorable Michael 𝐂𝐒𝐔𝐍𝐓𝐘, a leader I respect so much, a leader who has seen me grow, a leader of a ward where I was born. I was born in Akwamuru. Yeah, he mentioned that the CECM is not a confident person. That one I've addressed. The time frame for intervention, the reason why I did not indicate the exact timeline for intervention is because of funding. We need to know the funding levels before we are sure of when to intervene. As we speak, the budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Agriculture is very low. That can go to record, and there's evidence to that effect. So once we have known about the funding, once the funding levels have improved, I think we will be sure of what activities we'll do, and then we'll peg a timeline to those particular interventions. I take note of the very important observation by the Honorable Michael 𝐂𝐒𝐔𝐍𝐓𝐘 that farmers require inputs, because without inputs, I think farmers will not be able to deliver. So this is, Honorable 𝐂𝐒𝐔𝐍𝐓𝐾, this is something I'm going to pick up with my team, especially also on tractors, to deploy tractors to the farms, so that we can put our land to use. On conflict resolution, the Honorable Member Michael added his voice to that, to the fact that there's need for collaborative action. But I want to point out that leaders, especially in this house, and other key players on the ground, have a key role to play in conflict resolution. Because when you're handling conflict, it's a basic principle. The basic principle of handling conflict is in identifying key stakeholders and involving them in the process. And us in this, and the honorable members in this house have a key role to play here. So I think that is a ball that can be squarely put in your court, Honorable Michael. Civil works, I take note of your comment that the civil works are not up to standard. This is something I can pick up with my technical team as feedback and as an action for improvement. That the civil works they do should be up to a good standard. Budgetary reductions, this issue of budgetary reductions has featured a number of honorable members pointed to the fact that what is put in the budget is reduced. I don't really know what to tell you, but it's a process. When budgets are being revised, some lines go up, some go down, and I think the budget committee, it's a product of the budget committee's interaction with the various departments, which I think we all have a role to play. So I don't have a straight answer as to why budgets come down, but it's a product of a process that involves both the House and the executive. The Honorable Abdi Fattah talked of prosopis. I've taken note that there is need to actually provide food for work. And this resonates with the comment by the Honorable Willie Napuyo. My suggestion is for prosopis, we will need to provide food for work because the farmers themselves can be able to handle this. If some food goes to these farmers, I think they will be able to handle the issue of prosopis and free more space for irrigation. I take note of Nadunga irrigation scheme that requires revival, again subject to availability of funds. And I also take note of trainees from Israel, but I know some of them were absorbed, and with resources and with spaces to be filled, I think more can be absorbed. But we also need to take care of the wage bill. Our wage bill is going up. Again, we have a limit on how many employees we need to have in the county and how much goes into that. So we'll consider all these factors, but it's an observation that I can pick from the comments by the Honorable Abdi Fattah. Now, to the Honorable Willie Napuyo, I am not blind to the fact that you are really moved emotionally when you are trying to ask these questions. I feel the same. Sometimes it can be frustrating when you don't get good fruits from your work, good fruits of your work. So I share in the same, but I think I have a few lines to respond. On Morulem drip irrigation, we said it's minimally operational, and you are saying nothing was done. Nothing. Again, this is a classic example of where we need a joint visit. A joint visit, so that we go and observe whether we have a flat field with nothing or something was done. Because I remember the other time when I was here, we were reading from two BQs. You had the original BQ, and the department had the revised BQ. So I think we are reading from different scripts. A joint visit would help clarify this. But as I mentioned earlier, it's just the repair of the motor that would need to facilitate the pumping of water. That's what is required. And the other very important aspect for Morulem drip irrigation is the politics. The politics on the ground. This is an example of an irrigation scheme that has been affected by disagreement between leaders on the ground. And the Honorable Willie Napuyo, I think, is aware about that. Is aware of that. And why money was reduced from 30 million to 17 million, it's a process of budget supplementation. And as I said earlier, it involves both the ministry and the county assembly. And the product of those engagements led to the reduction. Maybe there were other burning priorities elsewhere. A very important point that was raised by the Honorable Willie Napuyo is that of the technical team in the department. I agree, we need to boost the technical know-how in order to be able to deliver effectively. We have engineers, but I think we need more technical people who understand the irrigation, who understand agriculture, so that we are able to serve our people well. Questions by the Honorable Aliwo. I take note of 𝐼𝐻𝐻 irrigation scheme, and I'll pick this up with the project, FSRP project, because that is the project that stepped in to do the rehabilitation of the 3 irrigation schemes and explore the possibility of including 𝐼𝐻𝐻. Because if it's within the same area, then it will be a classic example of exclusion. So this is something I'll pick up with my team, and we'll provide feedback on the same. Koputiro Lomosingo irrigation schemes not being mentioned. This might have been a case of oversight from the technical team. I'll follow this up, but I think there are irrigation schemes in the county, so it might have been a case of oversight. Something I can follow up on. The Honorable David 𝐂𝐎𝐔𝐍𝐓𝐘, I picked one particular concern on the officers manning the irrigation schemes. And my general comment on this is I might not be able to give specific names on the officers manning these schemes, but I know there are officers in charge of these schemes. What I can do after this is to get the contacts of the officer responsible for the schemes in question in your ward, and I link the 2 of you up so that you can discuss further. So those are the responses, the Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much.
Thank you, our County Executive Committee Member for Agriculture, Livestock Development and Fisheries, Dr. Michael, for your response, very candid responses to the honorable members regarding the question raised by Honorable Mary Nakapon. Honorable members, I want to conclude by saying that the Office of the Clerk, through our clerks here, will take note of the responses for action. But having said that, honorable members, there's something that I just want to highlight in the presence of our executive committee member here, that it is very important that we work together in ensuring that the agriculture sector, which is squarely for our food security, is catches the eye of the Agriculture Committee, the Committee on Agriculture, the Committee on Budget, and also the department itself. Why? Because the issue of allocation has actually been repeated. And it is very true. If we are not going to protect as a committee on agriculture, budget, and the department itself, protect the budget for this crucial department, then the achieving of all these things is going to give us an headache. So I call upon all of us to play a very critical role in making sure that food security is achieved through this Department of Agriculture. Again, I want to say the issue of agriculture is systematic. You cannot overlook one step and then you think you're going to reap. No. So that is why I'm insisting that the activation of the farmers, the activation of the farm management through to the ministry and post-harvesting should be taken care of, and especially by the department, so that we are able to realize. You know, it was really very surprising. We have 70 irrigation schemes. And statistically, if we can work and say a quarter of piece of land can give you 4 to 5 bags of maize in a 70 irrigation scheme, which might have a minimum of almost 100 acres or 50 acres. When you multiply with all these bags, you will be realizing 7,000 bags of maize that is going to even cushion our food security issues. So together, if we can bring our effort, we are going actually to achieve a lot in terms of food security in this county. And most importantly, let us also champion for the employment of the technical people to the department. Because for sure, we have 3 crucial departments here, like health, education, together with agriculture. If we are going actually to make a serious deployment of technical staff to these 3 ministries, then we are going to make it work for us. So finally, we need the Committee of Agriculture together with the ministry to make a joint visit to all these irrigation schemes to identify the infrastructures, to identify the viability in terms of is it operational, is it not operational. I think if that report will come to this house October this year, we are going actually to move into the direction. Otherwise, honorable members, together with you, allow me to thank the Honorable Committee, County Executive Member for Agriculture, for his candid response. Thank you very much. Sergeant Atam, kindly escort the minister so that we may proceed. Honorable members, we are still in question time according to order paper. So I would actually request that according to the question time, how it has been listed, I'll just have to call the sponsor of the question to ask the question. I will start from Honorable Mary Nakapuan to ask the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order number 50 of County Assembly of Turkana Standing Orders, I rise to ask a question to the County Executive Committee member for Trade, Gender, Youth and Tourism through the Leader of Majority in consultation with the Chairperson for Labor, Gender and Youth Affairs. The question is in regards to the plight of the unemployed youth and the status of employment programs. Aware that Article 55 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 obligates the state to take measures, including affirmative action programs, to ensure that the youth, 1, access relevant education and training, 2, have opportunities to associate, be represented, and participate in political, social, economic, and other spheres of life, access employment, and lastly, are protected from harmful cultural practices and exploitation. Further, aware that the 4th Schedule of Constitution of Kenya 2010 assigns both the national government and county government responsibility relating to youth empowerment, vocational training, sports, cultural activities, trade development, and local economic development. Concerned that a significant number of youth across the county remain unemployed, economically vulnerable, and exposed to social challenges, including poverty, crime, drug and substance abuse, and hopelessness despite the existing constitutional and structural frameworks. I hereby seek the response of the County Executive Committee member to the following questions. 1, whether the department has data or records on the number of youth within Turkana County who have completed secondary schools, colleges, universities, and technical institutions but are currently unemployed, indicating the statistics ward by ward and sub-county wise. 2, what policies, programs, strategic plans, or affirmative action measures the department has put in place to address youth unemployment and economic empowerment within the county. 3, whether the department has undertaken any intervention aimed at addressing the plight of unemployed youth, and if so, the CCM should provide details of such interventions, state the type of intervention undertaken, including vocational training, youth grants, biashara funds, internships, sports program, enterprise financing, or other empowerment initiative. Indicate the number of beneficiaries and criteria used in identifying them. 4, what budgetary allocation have been made in the current financial year 2025/26 and previous financial year 2024-2025 towards youth empowerment programs, and how such funds have been utilized. 5, whether the county government has collaborated with the national government, development partners, NGOs, private sectors, actors, or other stakeholders in implementing youth empowerment and employment program within the county, and if so, provide details of such collaboration. 6, what measures the department intends to put in place to ensure that unemployed youth are productively engaged and economically empowered so as to reduce poverty, insecurity, crime, drug and substance abuse, and other social challenges affecting the youth population within Turkana County. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. Leader of Majority, kindly give us the time on when this question is going to reach to CCM.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this question will be given its oral submission in the first week of September, because we will be going for our recess this week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of Majority. Honorable members, on this question on fleet of unemployment on the youth and status of empowerment program, we're going to refer you to the CCM for Trade, Gender, and Youth Affairs. And that has been stated, as it has been stated by our Leader of Majority, we are giving it a tentative time to be responded to on 15th September 2026. That will be an appropriate date of its response. Thank you, Leader of Majority. Honorable members, allow me again call the next honorable member to ask the question on effectiveness of fire and emergency response services in Lodo Municipality. That is Honorable Michael Eoi. Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a question to the County Executive Committee member in charge of firefighting services on the operational status of fire and emergency response services in Lodwar Municipality. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 50, I rise to ask a question through the Leader of Majority to the County Executive Committee member for Lands, Energy, Housing and Urban Areas Management regarding the effectiveness of fire and emergency response services within Lodwar municipality. The county government of Turkana has over the years invested substantial public resources in establishing a fire station and procuring a fire engine with the objective of safeguarding lives, property, and investments from fire disasters. However, residents continue to suffer devastating losses arising from fire incidents, raising serious concerns about the operational capacity, preparedness, and responsiveness of the county's fire and rescue services. On 14th May 2026, the residence of Mrs. Margaret Kuchal in Kanamkemer ward was completely razed by fire, resulting in the destruction of household property and exposing the family to immense hardship. More recently, on 19th June 2026, a major fire outbreak destroyed several business premises along Salama Africana Street in Lodwar town, occasioning significant economic losses to traders and disrupting livelihoods. These incidents have caused widespread public concern and raised questions as to whether the county's investment in fire and emergency services is translating to effective service delivery. Honorable Speaker, the County Executive Committee members should respond to the following. 1. What is the current operational status of the Lodwar Fire Station, including its staffing establishment, available firefighting equipment, rescue facilities, and emergency response capability? 2. How much public funding has been invested in the establishment, equipping, maintenance, and operation of the Lodwar Fire Station and its firefighting equipment since its establishment? 3. What budgetary allocations have been made during the last 3 financial years for maintenance of firefighting equipment, recruitment and training of firefighters, fuel, emergency operations, and acquisition of additional firefighting resources? 4. Is the fire engine procured by the county government fully operational? If not, what is its current status and what measures are being undertaken to restore or maintain its functionality? 5. What was the official response time to the fire incident that destroyed the home of Mrs. Margaret Kuchal in Kanamkemer ward on 14th May 2026 and to the fire that destroyed business premises along Salama Africana Street on 19th June 2026? 6. Did the county fire and emergency services respond to the 2 incidents? If so, provide details of the response, including the time of notification, time of arrival at the scene, equipment deployed, personnel involved, and challenges encountered. 7. What factors contributed to the inability of the county fire service to prevent or minimize the losses suffered during the 2 incidents? 8. Mr. Speaker, how many firefighters are currently employed by the county government? And are they sufficient to provide effective fire and rescue services within Lodwar municipality and the wider county? 9. What is the county government's emergency response protocol for fire outbreaks? And is there a functional 24-hour emergency communication system through which residents can promptly report the incidents? 10. Mr. Speaker, what measures is the county executive putting in place to ensure that residents and businesses receive timely, efficient, and effective fire and response services commensurate with the public resources invested in the sector? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mike. Honorable Leader of Majority, kindly give us appropriate time for response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the sponsor of this question because it touches on disasters. And so we'll be able to link up with the relevant CCM so that the oral submission will be done on 22nd September this year. Hope this one will be fast-tracked so that issues of these fire and emergencies can be sorted out, because what is there, it's like those machines do not have even the water to fight these fires that we have realized in the recent past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mike. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the fact that the Leader of Majority has provided some timelines on when the response to this question will be provided. Mr. Speaker, I understand we will be headed for recess beginning tomorrow, but the timeline provided, or rather proposed by the Leader of Majority, that is the 22nd of September, is long, because I know we will be resuming on 8th of September. So, and I want to believe within the first week or the second week after we've resumed, this response would have been submitted to the House. And I want to believe the County Assembly House Business Procedure and Rules Committee will prioritize this business because of its urgency. So I'm appealing to the Leader of Majority to reconsider his earlier proposal so that this response can come a little bit earlier, if possible, even within the first week after we've resumed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mike. Honorable Mike, owing to the fact that this is an emergency, together with the Office of the Leader of Majority, I think we should respond it immediately after the first one of 15th. Then the second, the date of 16th September, comes now the response to this question on effectiveness on fire. So I direct that 16th September will be appropriate. And we are also committing this one to the CCM for lands, energy, housing, and urban areas management for response. Thank you. Next would be Honorable James Ikeny on retention fees deduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know you can be wondering why Honorable Ikeny.
Proceed, almost wondering, but now I've been given a note.
He's just behind me, but he's with some flu and common cold, and makes him somehow uncomfortable to read his question. So on his behalf, Mr. Speaker, I want to read the question. That question to the CECM in charge of finance and economic planning on delayed payment of retention fees to contractors. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 50, and in exercise of the County Assembly Oversight Mandate under Article 185, of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, I rise to ask question through the Leader of Majority to the County Executive Committee member for Finance and Economic Planning regarding retention fees deducted from contractors' payments. Honorable Speaker, it is in the public domain that numerous complaints have been raised by contractors alleging that they successfully executed works and delivered services to the county government of Turkana from financial year 2013 to 2014 to date, while they have reportedly been paid the principal contract sum, the mandatory retention money amounting to 10% of the contract value, which was deducted from their payment, has not been released upon expiry of the respective retention liability periods. Honorable Speaker, further, the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and the Public Finance Management County Government Regulations 2015 require retention fees to be held in a designated bank account and prohibit their application for any purpose.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I redo that part. Honorable Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and the Public Finance Management County Government Regulations 2015 require retention fees to be held in a designated bank account and prohibit the application for any purpose other than settlement of retention liabilities. In light of the foregoing, I request the CECM to provide the following information. 1. Provide a certified copy of the bank mandate or mandates for the county government's designated retention account or accounts for each financial year from financial year 2013, 2014 to 2025, 2026, indicating A, the account name, B, account number, C, bank, D, branch. 2. Provide certified bank statement or statements duly authenticated by the respective bank or banks showing the balance held in the county's retention account or accounts as at 15th July 2026. 3. Provide a certified retention reconciliation schedule signed by the county head of accounting services and the internal auditor for each financial year from financial year 2013-2014 to financial year 2025-2026, indicating A, the total retention fees deducted and credited to the retention liability fourth head. B, the total retention fees released to the contractors upon expiry of the retention liability period. And C, finally, the outstanding retention balance payable to contractors, specifying the project name, contract sum, amount retained, date of practical completion, and the date when the retention amount became due for release. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Samuel. Honorable Leader, allow me to usher the last question so that you give dates at once. Honorable Amojong.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask a question on the status of Namorpus Puch Road in Loima Ward. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of the Standing Order 50 and in exercise of the Assembly Oversight mandate as confirmed by Article 185 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, I rise to accept a response from the County Executive Committee member, CECM, for infrastructure, transport, public works in regard to the deplorable state of Namorpus Puch Road in Loima Ward. Aware that
This critical access road initially constructed in 1997 through a commendable community-led food for work project. Services as the maintaining route connecting communities residing up the steep slopes of Loima Hills to essential services and opportunities. Further aware that for over 2 decades, this vital piece of infrastructure has suffered from severe lack of maintenance. The consequences of this neglect worsened by the recent forces of rain and other unpredictable weather trends are now there. The Namor Puch Road is currently impassable, marked by deep gullies that render it hazardous and inaccessible for any form of transport. Whereas Part 2 of the 4th schedule of the Constitution of Kenya mandates the county government to construct and maintain county roads. The impassability of this road has profound and detrimental effects on the lives of constituencies in Loima Hills, access to fundamental government services, including health care in cases of emergency, education, and clean water, has been severely curtailed, effectively isolating this population from the very supportive structures they are entitled to. This situation is not merely an inconvenience, it is a grave hindrances and indirect threat to the well-being of our people. Noting that the office of the area MC of County Assembly has previously brought this crucial issue to the attention of the line department, an assessment was indeed conducted in 2023, which estimated substantial allocation of approximately Kenya shillings 280 million will be required for the necessary repair and upgrading of this road, which this assessment was welcome step. The urgency of the situation demands immediate and decisive action. In light of this, the CECM responsible should provide urgent response to the following concerns. 1, what specific measures have been taken by the department since the assessment of the Namor Puch Road was completed? And what is the current plan for the securing the estimated Kenya shillings 280 million required for this repair and upgrading? 2, what interim solution or emergency interventions can the department implement to provide immediate access to the isolated communities in Loima Hills, given the current impossibility states of the road? Lastly, what criteria does the ministry use to prioritize road projects? And how will Namor Puch Road be elevated to flagship project status within these criteria? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mark Amojong, for the question. Now I want to usher in leader of majority to give us the appropriate time for response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the two honorable members, Honorable James Sikeny and Honorable Mark Amojong. On the first question, on the retention fees deducted from the contractor's payment, this is on public demand, and it's the public that has pushed for this question. So this will be responded on 22nd September 2026. And then this one on the state of deplorable Namurpud Push Road in Loima Ward by Honorable Mark Hamojong. This one, Namurpud Push Road, has never been worked on ever since. This road has never been worked by the Department of Roads. So it is worth asking. So I think with this one, it will be responded by the CCM around the first week of October. But there is a public outcry that the CCM for roads has never been seen, and he has been contacted in several occasions, and he has never attended even to answer one question in this house. And it's like it's not even in his office. So, but we'll link up with the secretariat to find out what is the problem. But all the same, this question will be responded on the first week of October, and the House Business Committee will work on the appropriate date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of Majority, for the very candid timeline given. In the same note, I would want to commit the question on retention fees deduction from the contractors to the CCM for finance and economic planning to respond, and the one for the roads and infrastructure, the one for Honorable Mark Hamojong on the state of deplorable Namurpus Push Road in Loima. We will refer it to CCM for infrastructure, roads, and public works to respond. Thank you, Honorable Leader of Majority. Clerk, next order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Turkana County Government Budget Implementation Review report for the first 9 months of the financial year 2025-2026.
Thank you. Honorable Bedwell Kobongin Lochor, the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee, proceed and move the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move this motion that this County Assembly considers and approves the recommendation contained in the report of Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Turkana County Government Budget Implementation Review report for the first 9 months of FY 2025-2026, laid before the House on Tuesday, 14th July 2026 at 9 a.m. Honorable Speaker, I have a report which the committee did engage. So will you allow me read this report, but begin from the chairperson's forward, and then I jump some section. Because may agreed. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Controller of Budget submitted the County Government Budget Implementation Report, Review Report for the first 9 months of FY 2025-2026 on 30th June 2026. The report was tabled before the County Assembly on Wednesday, 1st July 2026 at 9 a.m. and subsequently committed in the Committee on the Budget and Appropriation for consideration in accordance with the relevant laws and regulations. Honorable Speaker, Article 228, Part 6 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 mandates the Controller of Budget to submit a report on the implementation of the highest budget of national county governments to each Houses of Parliament every 4 months. This complies with Section 9 of the Controller of Budget Act 2016, which prescribes the content of budget implementation report. Honorable Speaker, the County Government Budget Implementation Review Report facilitates legislative oversight of the implementation of the approved budget. The County Assembly are required to receive, table, examine, deliberate on the report, and make appropriate resolutions and recommendations to strengthen public financial management and accountability. Honorable Speaker, the examination of the report is essential in enabling the County Assembly to exercise effective oversight of a county executive budget implementation, monitor compliance with the Constitution, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and other relevant laws, identify emerging fiscal risks and implementation challenges, recommend corrective measures to improve budget absorption, service delivery, fiscal discipline, and accountability. Honorable Speaker, according to the Memorandum of Understanding between the Controller of Budget and the County Assembly Forum, County Assembly is committed to institutionalizing the review of the Control of Budget report through the relevant county county committees, and ensuring that resolutions arising from such reviews are adopted and implemented. Honorable Speaker, in line with Section 149(3) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, the Controller of Budget requested the County Assembly to table the County Government Budget Implementation Review report at the earliest available sitting time of the Assembly to share committee report on the examination of the budget implementation review report together with Assembly resolutions and recommendations arising from consideration of the Control of Budget report. Honorable Speaker, the committee invited the following county departments: Finance and Economic Planning, Health and Sanitation, Water Services, Agriculture, Livestock Development and Fisheries, Trade, Gender, Youth Affairs and Tourism, Public Service Administration and Disaster Management, Environment, Energy, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Land, Fiscal Planning, Urban Areas Management, and County Assembly to clarify and shed light on issues concerning their portfolio. The departments and entities were engaged from Tuesday 7th to 8th, to Wednesday 8th July 2026. The committee retreated for the report writing from Thursday 9th to Friday 10th June 26 to examine and consider the Control of Budget report. The committee is grateful to the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk for the support accorded to the committee in discharge of its mandate. We also want to appreciate the effort of the Secretariat attached to the committee. They have tirelessly worked with the committee to ensure that this report is submitted on time. Honorable Speaker, now my humble duty and honor to table this report before the House and before the Honorable House for consideration and adoption. Honorable Speaker, you will allow me jump the rest of other sections so that I start from section 2.0, which is the examination of the county government budget implementation review report for the first 9 months of FY 2026, 2025, 2026. Review revenue performance. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, Turkana County realized total revenue amounting to Kenya shillings 11.34 billion, comprising of Kenya shillings 9.24 billion from the equitable share, Kenya shillings 693.16 million in conditional allocation from the national government and development partners, Kenya shillings 162.92 million in own source revenue, inclusive of Kenya shillings 19.38 million collected under the facility improvement financing, that is FIF framework, and an opening cash balance of Kenya shilling 1.26 billion carried forward from FY 2024-2026. Honorable Speaker, the county's own source revenue declined from Kenya shillings 230.48 million realized during the corresponding period of FY 2024-2025 to Kenya shillings 162.92 million, representing a decline of approximately 29.3%. This downward trend raises concern regarding the effectiveness of the county revenue enhancement strategies and the suitability of locally generated revenues. Although the county has automated 20 out of the 23 approved revenue streams, the expected improvement is revenue collection has not been realized. That automation alone is insufficient without strengthening revenue administration, enforcement mechanisms, supervision, reconciliation of collections, and accountability measures to curb leakages and enhance compliance. Facility improvement financing. Honorable Speaker, FIF programs recorded poor performance against an annual target of Kenya shillings 600 million only. Kenya shillings 19.88 million had been collected by the end of the third quarter, representing 3.3% of the annual target. The collection from the Social Health Insurance Fund, that is CHIF, stood at Kenya shillings 16.31 million against the target of Kenya shillings 350 million, while collection from other insurance schemes amounted to only Kenya shillings 3.56 million against a target of Kenya shillings 100 million. In addition, Lokitang Sub-County Hospital did not realize any revenue despite an annual target of Kenya shillings 150. So that can be noted because I'm sure all of us have tablets. That is actually translated by table 1. I want members to refer to that table in our tablets. Honorable Speaker, the poor performance of FIF can be attributed to delayed operationalization of the Facility Improvement Financing Act 2023, inadequate implementation of the Social Health Insurance Fund, weak claims management systems, and the absence of regulations to operationalize the Act. Unless these challenges are addressed, the county will continue to fall short of the health financing objectives. Honorable Speaker, other revenue streams. Says revenue remained the county's highest source of own source revenue, contributing to Kenya shillings 62.38 million, equivalent to 38% of the total OSR. This over-reliance on a single revenue source demonstrates limited diversification of the local revenue streams and exposes the county to significant fiscal risks. Honorable Speaker, it is also notable that the county did not report any receivable as at 1st July 2025 and 31st March 2026. Considering the scale of county operations, the absence of receivable raises concerns regarding the completeness of financial reporting, debt management, compliance with public sector accounting standards. However, it can be noted that this neither the county executive nor the county assembly contracted any borrowing during the period under review, thereby avoiding additional debt obligations. Honorable Speaker, the county spent Kenya shillings 8.94 billion during the review period, comprising of Kenya shillings 7.25 billion on the recurrent expenditure and Kenya shilling 1.69 million on development expenditure. It is concerning that development expenditure represent only 22% of the approval budget, annual development budget, compared to 59% absorption under recurrent expenditure. This persistent imbalance demonstrates continued prioritization of recurrent expenditure over capital investment and is likely to delay implementation of development projects and negatively affect service delivery. Personal involvement, Honorable Speaker, this remained the largest expenditure item, amounting to Kenya shilling 4.41 billion, representing 38% of the county total revenue received during the period under review. Although all payroll costs were processed through the human resource information system, it can be observed that the wage bill continues to exert significant pressure on the county fiscal space, limiting a resource available for development programs and essential public service. It is important to take approximately 50% of the county wage bill was incurred by the health sector. Honorable Speaker, the county assembly incurred Kenya shillings 366.10 million on personnel emoluments and Kenya shillings 224.76 million on operations and maintenance, but reported an expenditure on development activities during the period under review. The expenditure on committee seating allowance amounted to Kenya shillings 10.46 million against an approved annual allocation of 60.3 million. Operation and maintenance expenditure, Honorable Speaker. There is a substantial increase in expenditure on operation and maintenance from Kenya shillings 680.57 million during the corresponding period in FY 2024-25 to Kenya shillings 2.85 billion in FY 2025-2026, representing an increase of approximately 316%. There is a significant increase in recurrent operational expenditure that was not accompanied by corresponding improvement in development expenditure or actual gains in the service delivery. The expenditure amounting to Kenya shillings 20.51 million was reported under other operating expenses yet the county only disclosed.
Honorable Chair, please have a seat so that the leader of majority moves procedural motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a procedural motion. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 35, 3A, as read together with the Standing Order 35, 4, this House resolves to extend its sitting time from 12:30 p.m. until the business in the order paper is concluded. Mr. Speaker, we are discussing the review of the budget and appropriation for the past 9 months. This is a critical report from Control of Budget, and it is so serious business that even this answered will be taken to the Control of Budget, because Control of Budgets wants to pick some pertinent issues in this report. So we do not want to interrupt, Mr. Speaker, the business that is in the order paper, so that we shelve this business. We do it in the afternoon, because that will be disorganizing the whole thing, because in the afternoon we already have 2 motions, and so that makes sense for us to conclude this business so that we have issues flowing without mixing them up. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to call upon Honorable Mary Nakapuan to second this procedural motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. Honorable members, I now want to propose the question that the procedural motion under Standing Order number 34, order number 35, 4, to consider that this House resolves extending its sitting time from 12:30 until the business is done. Honorable members, you can now deliberate. Honorable members, I now want to put the question. Honorable members, I now want to state that this House has 30 minutes to prosecute all the readings so that we are done with the matter ahead of us. Thank you, honorable members. Proceed, Chair.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Let me read from the where I left. So the expenditure amounting to Kenya shillings 20.51 million was reported under other operating expenses, yet the county only disclosed Kenya shillings 2.85 million relating to garbage collection. Honorable Speaker, despite allocating the Kenya shillings 1.26 billion to county established funds, only Kenya shillings 730.83 million had been released, while actual disbursement amounted to Kenyan shillings, only to Kenyan shillings 2 or 3.46 million during the first 9 months of the financial year. Several funds, including the Biashara Fund, Persons with Disability Fund, Water Services Fund, and Youth and Women Fund, either received no disbursement or recorded minimal utilization despite budgetary allocations. The quarterly financial report for the County Assembly, car and mortgage for members, scheme fund and County Assembly car and mortgage for staff scheme fund were not submitted as required under Section 168 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. It is also important to note that the failure to submit these reports undermines accountability and limits effectiveness oversight by the County Assembly. Once again, Honorable Speaker, Table 2 explain in details on Turkana County established funds. So I'll ask members to go through that table as I read the narrative part of the report. Honorable Speaker, the Turkana Rural Water Service Company and Turkana Urban Water and Sanitation Company Limited did not receive any budgetary allocation during the review period. And consequently reported no expenditure. Notably, failure to adequately finance the county corporations may compromise their ability to deliver essential water services to residents. Honorable Speaker, the county spent Kenyan shillings 194.22 million on domestic travel and Kenyan shillings 4.30 million on foreign travel during the review period. Domestic travel expenditure remains considerably high, while the County Assembly accounting for Kenyan shillings 92 million, while the county executive spent Kenyan shillings 1 or 2.22 million. Honorable Speaker, the expenditure appears relatively high given the prevailing fiscal constraints and low development absorption. The Controller of Budget report did not disclose the specific purposes, destinations, outcome, or value for money associated with foreign travel expenditure. Such disclosure are essential in promoting this, transparency, accountability, and prudent utilization of public resources. Honorable Speaker, development expenditure declined from Kenyan shillings 2.1 billion during the corresponding period in FY 2024-25 to Kenyan shillings 1.69 billion, representing a decline of 35%. Several key development programs recorded a zero implementation, including the K-Wash, World Bank program, water saving irrigation technologies, fisheries, infrastructure development, and livestock multiplication and breeding center programs. Honorable Speaker, disparities were observed in development absorption rates, with the Department of Agriculture, Livestock Development, and Fisheries recorded the highest development absorption of Kenyan shillings 45 million, representing 45%, where the Department of Land, Physical Planning, and Urban Development and Kakuma Municipality recorded the lowest absorption of at 14%. Trade payable, that is the pending bills. Honorable Speaker, the county commenced FY 2025-2026 with outstanding trade payable, commonly called pending bills, amounting to Kenya shilling 5.17 billion, comprising of Kenya shillings 4.92 billion owed by the county executive and Kenya shillings 252.87 million owed by the county assembly of the executive pending bills. 2.28 billion related to recurrent expenditure, while Kenya shillings 2.64 billion related to development expenditure. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the county executive settled only Kenya shillings 360.45 million of the outstanding pending bills, where the county assembly did not settle any pending bill despite having outstanding obligations. Consequently, as at 1st March 2026, outstanding trade payable remained significantly high at Kenya shillings 4.56 billion for the county executive and Kenya shilling 252.87 million for the county assembly. Honorable Speaker, both the county executive and the county assembly had submitted pending bills payable plans to the control of budget, committing to clear Kenya shilling 1.22 billion and Kenya shilling 144 million, respectively. During FY 2025-2026, however, actual implementation fell substantially below these commitments. Honorable Speaker, the county executive settled on Kenya shillings 360.45 million, representing less than 1/3 of its commitment, where the county assembly failed to honor its payment plan, together having made no settlement during the period. Honorable Speaker, it is important for the Honorable House to note that failure to implement an approved pending bill payment plan is a serious breach of prudent public finance management. Non-adherence to the payment plans undermines the credibility of the county government fiscal commitments, exposes suppliers and contractors the financial hardship, increases the risk of litigation, accumulation of interest and penalties, and negatively affects the local economy. Honorable Speaker, pending bills, payment plans should not constitute binding fiscal commitment and should be implemented in accordance with the approved budget and available resources to restore confidence among suppliers and strengthen financial discipline. Department engagement. Honorable Speaker, the committee invited specific county government department to shed light on issues raised by the control of budget on budget implementation review report for the first 9 months of 2025-2026. The following admissions were noted. Number one, departments reported that they are rarely involved in the formulation and validation of their own source revenue targets, resulting in unrealistic revenue projection that do not reflect prevailing operational realities. Number two, the department reported overlaps and inconsistencies in the department mandates, particularly regarding revenue collection and target, trade regulation, management of municipalities, and the hiring and management of county assets, leading to duplication of functions and accountability challenges. 3, department reported that they lacked access to updated information on payment made, outstanding commitments, and pending bills, limiting effectiveness, financial planning, and contract management. 4, some approved budget allocations were not disbursed to beneficiaries, departments, and entities. For example, the recurrent allocation earmarked for Lodwar municipality lands, fiscal planning and housing, trade, health, and agriculture had not been released during the period, the reporting period. Most departments reported a low budget absorption rate, largely attributed to delayed exchequer releases, delayed or no disbursement of approved funds by the county treasury and procurement delays. The Department of Climate Change attributed to low or minimal absorption rate of climate change fund to delayed disbursement from the National Treasury and long approval procedures stipulated by FLOCA, but no approval from World Bank before tendering of the projects. Department indicated that the transition to the electronic government procurement, commonly referred to as EGP system, significantly delayed procurement processes due to system challenges, limited user capacity, and the learning curve associated with a new platform. 8, financial reporting remains inadequate. Several departments expressed reservations regarding the figures reported by the county treasury in the control of budget implementation report, stating that the reported expenditures and project statuses did not, in their review, accurately reflect the actual implementation of program and financial realities in the county. 9, several departments.
Honorable Chair, we've noted that part number 6, instead of reading it as need approval, said no approval. Kindly repeat it again.
Okay, 6.
Yes.
The Department of Climate Change attributed low or minimal absorption rate of climate change fund to delayed disbursement from the National Treasury along approval procedures stipulated by a FLOCA that next need approval from the World Bank before tendering of the projects. Number 9, several departments expressed need for improved reconciliation, verification, and sharing of financial information between the county treasury and other county departments. But 10, Department of Public Service confirmed that PE allocation reflected the staffing projections and establishment prepared by the Public Service Board. 11, several ongoing and stalled projects, development projects were not adequately reported in the departmental submissions, including the Nakhalale Ward spatial planning for projects and the construction of border sheds at Kaptir, Okchogo, and Kaikor. 12, unplanned budget reallocations and supplementary adjustments disrupted departmental work plans, adversely affecting budget implementation and absorption. But 13, departments raised concern over diversions and reallocation of funds by the county treasury without adequate consultation, affecting the implementation of the approved programs. Findings and observation. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that departments are inadequately involved in the preparation and review of own source revenue targets, resulting in realistic revenue projections that undermine budget credibility and performance. 2, automation of revenue alone is insufficient without strengthening revenue administration, enforcement mechanisms, supervision, conciliation of collections, and accountability measures to curb leakages and enhance compliance. 3, low budget absorption across department is primarily caused by delayed or non-disbursement of approved budget allocation by the county treasury, compounded by the procurement bottlenecks and the EGP system. Number 4, there are significant overlaps and ambiguities in the mandate of certain departments and entities, particularly in revenue administration, trade functions, municipal operations, and management of county assets, necessitating institutional clarification. Number 5, the absence of timely financial reports on payment, commitments, and pending bills limits departments' ability to effectively monitor expenditure, manage contracts, and plan program implementation. 6, frequent budget reallocation and delayed fund releases undermine departmental planning, disrupt implementation schedules, and contribute to low absorption of development funds. Number 7, weak reporting on ongoing and installed projects limit effective oversight by the county assembly and hinders monitoring of projects, implementation, and value for money. Number 8, the expenditure amounting to Kenya shillings 20.51 million was reported under other operating expenses, yet the county only disclosed Kenya shilling 2.85 million. Relating to the garbage collection, number 9, the county executive nor the county assembly contracted any borrowing during the period under review, thereby avoiding additional debt obligation. 10, development expenditure represented only 22% of the approved annual development budget, compared to 59% observation under review under recurrent expenditure. Number 11, the wage bill continues to exert significant pressure on the county fiscal space, limiting resources available for development programs and essential services. Number 12, approximately 50% of the county wage bill was incurred by the health sector. 13, there is a substantial increase in expenditure on operation and maintenance from Kenya shillings 680.57 million during the corresponding period in FY 2024-2025 to Kenya shillings 2.85 billion in FY 2025-2026, representing an increase of approximately 3.16%. The quarterly financial report from the County Assembly car loans and mortgage, that is for members, scheme fund, and the County Assembly car loans for mortgage for staff, were not submitted as required under the Section 1 was gazetted with the Public Finance Management Act 2012. 15, the County Assembly Fund has not been operationalized. 16, development expenditure declined from Kenya shilling 2.61 billion during the corresponding period in FY 2024-2025 to Kenya shillings 1.69 billion, representing a decline of 35%. Number 17, the county commenced FY 2025-26 with an outstanding trade payable, that is the pending bills, amounting to Kenya shillings 5.17 billion. Recommendation, Honorable Speaker. The committee recommends that, number 1, the county treasury should institutionalize a consultative process involving all revenue-generated departments in the formulation, review, quarterly monitoring of our own source revenue targets. Number 2, the county executive should undertake a comprehensive review of the functions of the departments and entities involved in revenue administration, trade regularization, municipal operation, and management of county assets, set clear guidelines and coordination mechanism to eliminate both overlaps, reduce duplication of the functions, and strengthen accountability in service delivery. 3, the county treasury should ensure timely and prediction disbursement of approved budget allocation to all departments and county entities. But 4, the county treasury should strengthen cash flow planning, and address procurement bottlenecks associated with EGP system through adequate training, technical support, and timely processing of procurement requests in order to improve budget absorption and program implementation. Number 5, the county treasury should provide department with regular financial report detailing disbursements, expenditure, commitments, and pending bills. 6, all departments should submit comprehensive quarterly report on ongoing, completed, and stalled projects. This will enhance financial management, facilitate effective oversight by the county assembly, improve monitoring of project implementation, and promote accountability and value for money. 7, the county assembly should operationalize the county assembly fund. 8, the county treasury to adhere to pending bill payment plan as submitted the Office of the Control of Budget. 9, the county treasury should stop diversion of funds and pay due obligation as per COB approved requests. 10, the county treasury should implement control of budget recommendations under the county government budget implementation review report. Committee resolutions and adoption of the report. Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore request the House to adopt this report. Honorable Speaker, we've signed. The members of the Committee on Budget and Appropriation, pursuant to provision of Standing Order number 198, have unanimously adopted the report, and I attend my signature to affirm approval and confirmation of its authenticity on behalf of members. Honorable Speaker, I think that is the report that we generated from the Controller of Budget review report for the last 9 months of FY 2025-2026. From the way you've heard the report, Honorable Speaker, it contains a mixture of both negatives and positives. And this is the first time we are having such a report. And actually, it's not actually in Turkana County alone. It's Turkana County alone. This report is, because from the way I've heard, it's like every financial year, Control of Budget has been sending reports of this kind. But this time, it's a bit more different from the way they have been sending, because this report, in fact, instructed us as a county government through, as the county assembly, through the relevant committee, actually on budget, to sit, then generate this report, and then send this report as adopted by this House, together with this committee's report, together with the answered at the committee level and answered at this level, at the county assembly level, our plenary level. And then, together with all documents that we went through with the report, to their office immediately after this setting. There are reasons why the control of budget, of course, is looking for this report. That is best and known by themselves. And so, that is the report we've generated. I've said it has all, both negatives and positives from our side, because as a department who are engaging with the committee, you realize that some departments were saying they did not know some of the figures that were being reported, brought by the control of budget. We want to trust what the control of budget forwarded in terms of figures, because that is the only government entity that releases funds. And then it is the same government department that that approves all our budgets. And so their work is to approve and then release that fund too. And so the figures that are contained in the report for us is a trusted report. But here in the county government, some department we realize, like especially the economic planning, went ahead to figure, to allocate some figures to department, like what we were saying, Loktang. Loktang was given a figure of 150 million, Loktang Sub-County Hospital. They have not even collected even a single coin. They didn't even collect a single coin. So look at that. And then the Ministry of Health staff said they do not know this amount. And so, Honorable Speaker, the one reason why we've had issues is because of this target. Our targets are not actually doing well with our own economy. And so we are giving very high targets. And we, at the same time, these targets are not achievable within our own county. Because I tend to think, as the report says, how do we intend to get this target? Through those ways, through these means, we are not doing it. Because automation is done, and it's not 100%. And then if I can even ask all of us here, and the members of the county assembly, especially the that wards, do you know there are wards in these areas that do not have revenue officers? For example, including my ward, I do not have a revenue officer. You see? And then construction is ongoing throughout. Who collects that money? Where does that money go to? So that is one of the challenge. The one way we are losing funds, because the county government is not able to track revenue right away from wards. And so, because people, like for example, CDF does a lot of construction, and other friends do a lot of construction as well. And so, because of lack of that officer, the officer who is not assigned to those other areas, we lose that money. So it is something that we need to do that. And so, like a target of 600 million, for example, you end up getting a quarter of the target, original target of our own source revenue. So that is one reason why we are really losing that money. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, as we invited the cabinet, the CEC for finance, some of the negatives we got from the departments were actually neutralized, because like municipalities said they were not paid, and from the control of budget report, it's like they were paid 100%. But there were issues, of course, internal issues, internal wrangles. And so the department thought like not releasing fund until some of the issues that were originated internally were solved. Of course, so that report was cancelled because you realize like in Kakuma, between Kakuma and Lodwar municipalities, they had not gotten their fund because of transfers, inter-municipalities transfers. And so that delayed. And so the Waziri, I think, answered that very well. And so by now, I think they have gotten there because the whole movement is completed. And so they have gotten their fund. And so all those negatives, of course, there were issues, delay, like all of us are aware that the whole of last year, because the government wanted everyone to move from IFMIS to EGP. You see, we struggled. We struggled as a county government. Actually, I think, trying to think all county government didn't do anything. We scored poorly on development. I'm telling you, less than 20%. We scored poorly because I think by September, by December or January this year, no project had started in this county. And of course, up to today, some of our projects were even reallocated, have not started. And so we scored poorly on that. And so the recurrent, which is meant to serve, which is meant to grow the other one, which is meant to push the development, that one went up. Okay, went up because they wanted to, it should have been used to carry on the development. But of course, because there was no development and it went on. And so that was shot up and then development, of course, went down. So, honorable members, that is the report. It has challenges and the ups and downs. And some of the report we have captured here were actually answered by the CC Finance. And of course, some of them, including department, have been paid by now. So by yesterday, the other day, while the report was not yet, actually when the report had been completed. So, Honorable Speaker, that is what I want to say for this for now. I want to request my colleague and committee member, Honorable Napion, to second this report. Thank you.
Honorable Patrick, proceed. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Napion. Honorable members, I now want to propose the question, which is that consideration of the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Turkana County Government Budget Implementation Review report for the first 9 months of financial year 2025-2026. Members, you are now free to contribute or deliberate. Honorable Patrick, would you want to contribute or? Honorable members, it is your time to discuss the report. Honorable Leader of Majority, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Consideration of the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Turkana County Government Budget Implementation Review report for the first 9 months of FY 2025-2026. So, Speaker, this is the report by the Budget and Appropriation Committee. And it was derived from the report of control of budgets, the control of budgets of Kenya. And it's the first time they are trying this kind of review. And I think they want to dig into the activities of county governments, because maybe county governments have misused for the last 4 years. They have misused county fundings. That is money from the exchequer. It is clear that this is not for Turkana County only, but for the across the 47 county governments. So the control of budget wants to follow this process to the latter. Even the answer for these deliberations for the resolution of this house, this will be taken to the control of budget so that they can pick what they really need, so that they can improve services and put the necessary ways of curbing the so many leakages that we have in the county government, especially losing a lot of money in the counties. First, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on the pending bills. This is the issue that was really covered or flooded the report of the control of budget. According to the county government of Turkana, the pending bills have never been paid. And if anything has been paid, then a tune of 350 million has been paid, and a colossal amount of money to a tune of 4.6 billion is still accumulating. So those funds, those contractors have never been paid. So what is there is that the money in the county government, or the money that county governments normally receive, that is supposed to pay the contractors, is normally diverted to farms that did not even work. That is according to those reports by the control of budget. And we found it's really the true picture that is in our county. So the county government in itself does not adhere, especially the treasury. The county treasury does not adhere to the payment plans that were submitted to the control of budget. They submitted some payment plans with the timelines, but they have never adhered to those plans. So that in itself brings a problem to the county treasury. So that is a big problem that is there. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it has been noted that departments are inadequately involved in the preparation and review of on-source revenue targets. You see, it is the treasury that employs the trial and error method of getting an amount for on-source revenue. They can place any amount of their interest just to sort out some short-lived targets. Like our own source revenue of 1.2 billion. This county has never achieved that target. Same to 800 million. 600 million. It is the Budget and Appropriation Committee that scaled down that target to 600 million. Because we tried to explain to the executive on the danger of having or exaggerating the own source revenue. Now, when you exaggerate own source revenue, you know, you will be undermining the budget credibility and the performance of the budget. Because if you will not get that, that target, it means there will be an effect on the development of the county. The projects will be affected. So that means there will be a problem implementing some projects just because of such kind of anomalies. So Speaker, what we noted again is that some of the departments did not receive even a penny for the last first 9 months. A case in point is the municipalities of Kakuma and Lodwar. These are entities of government that attract World Bank money. And there is no shilling from the exchequer that was allocated to these entities, which was an anomaly that was cited by the Controller of Budget. And it is because the county government does not regard the county departments. We have noted, because we engaged the departments, all the departments of this county. We engaged all of them on their receipt of the funding from the exchequer. What we realized that all these departments are really suffering. They have not been given an opportunity to spend their money. All the money is controlled by the treasury, the county treasury, leaving the departments vulnerable, leaving the Department of Health vulnerable, roads vulnerable, water vulnerable. So we have heard from these departments. We engaged all of them, and we realized that we only have one department that is operational, and that is the Department of Finance. And it is really shameful to report such kind of incidents. On the low absorption rates, we realized that across departments, there was that low absorption rate, like the development for all the departments. A case of education and health, there was no development at all. It was nil. You see, nil, completely nil. It was embarrassing to engage the CEC and the staff of that department. They were struggling to explain little about nothing. But we really understood that these are people who are controlled to do what is wrong because they cannot really stand on their position. We also realized, Mr. Speaker, that the finance department does all the activities that touch on the revenue. And that is why we have dismal performance in terms of revenue collection. Because they would have given some functions to the trade department and the municipalities. But all those functions have been enclosed within the Department of Finance and Economic Planning. So those other departments that could help in increasing revenue have never been given an opportunity to participate, and this is the reason why the county revenue is really dismal. Another issue I would wish to mention is on reporting. What we realized during our engagement with the departments, because the control of budget gave us the departments to engage. They gave us the department to engage and the officers to engage. So we realized that all the departments, according to the reporting, the financial reporting, every department did not understand what was being reported. So it was the Department of Finance that was reporting information of agriculture, information of roads, of health, just to mention those departments. So that means there was no, when we asked the departments if they are aware of this information, there was no congruence between the treasury and the departments and the relevant departments. They could not interpret or understand the reporting by the treasury, because even the treasury uses money meant for the departments. So there is some colony, there is some imperial orders that have been exercised within the county. So these other departments are really suffering, and that is what we discovered, that there is no financial prudence in the Turkana county. So there is a problem. That is what we realized, that these departments need to be given their budgets to spend and not to be controlled by the treasury. So it means when you become a CCM for finance, you control other CCM, which is not even cited in the Constitution and other relevant statutes. That is not cited.
Honorable Leader, be concluding.
Lastly, I'm concluding, Honorable Speaker. Finally, this was also cited by the control of budget, that in Turkana, the MCS sitting allowance that is being paid is 10 million out of 60 million. So we were wondering, out of the 60 million, we only get 10 million. Where does the 50 million go to? So that is an issue we want to find out, so that we streamline some of the things within here, so that even this 50, we want to get on top of this. If it is 60, honorable members are supposed to be paid 60 million. So at the end of the month, they get 24,000 for sitting allowance. And that is a very, very dismal amount for an honorable member. So that is, we want to, Mr. Speaker, we want to understand all that. Otherwise, with those few remarks, I think all these resolutions will be sent to the control of budget, so that our county, in terms of financial prudence, will be able to be improved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of Majority. Honorable members, we still have another session ahead of us, which is again hectic. I want us, if you are given an opportunity, please use 3 to 5 minutes. I'll be timing. Honorable Michael Lewoy, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether we understand the essence why we are deliberating on this very important motion. And it's even unfortunate most of the members, they are not inside the chamber. But Honorable Speaker, having said that, I want to support the consideration of the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Turkana County Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the first 9 months of the financial year 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Budget and Appropriation Committee led by the honorable member representing the great people of Songot. Because having looked at the findings and observations and even the recommendations in this report, they really reflect what is happening. And I want to thank the committee for clearly pointing out those gaps in as far as the budget implementation review for the first 9 months for the last financial year is concerned. Mr. Speaker, the findings in this implementation review report for the first 9 months, a number of county departments denied the findings in this report, and it's because there were a lot of inconsistencies and overlaps. And I must say that has been clearly captured out in this in the committee report. So my first concern is in regard to the pending bills. Mr. Speaker, the county government of Turkana, if you can refer to one of the recently reports by the Controller of Budget, the county government of Turkana has accumulated 4.56 billion unpaid bills. And Mr. Speaker, these has affected the suppliers, contractors, and Mr. Speaker, it has even affected the future budgets, because any other time we will be budgeting, we will have to consider these pending bills, which up to now, Honorable Speaker, we don't know how they have been accumulated. Mr. Speaker, pending bills, when we are doing budgeting, is always considered as a first charge. And Mr. Speaker, every other time we budget, every other time we do requisition, Mr. Speaker, the pending bills payment plan is always submitted to the Controller of Budget. And Mr. Speaker, the reason as to why we are accumulating more pending bills is because this pending bills plan, payment plan, is not usually adhered to by the county executive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has to be looked into. And Mr. Speaker, from the look of things, it's like we've been having diversions of funds. We have cases whereby projects which have not been budgeted have always been given priority in the payment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has to be looked into, and we want to ask the controller of budget to make sure that follow-ups are usually done as in whether the pending bills payment plan is adhered to by the county government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I would want to point out is the issue of weak on-source revenue collections. Mr. Speaker, when we were considering the budget for the last financial year, the revenue projection for the on-source revenue was at 380 million. Mr. Speaker, thereafter, when we had the first supplementary budget, the revenue projection for on-source revenue was increased up to 1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, thereafter, when we had the second supplementary budget, there was a decrease in the on-source revenue from 1.2 billion to 600 million. Mr. Speaker, in this report, what has been collected for the first 9 months of the last year of the FY 2025-2026 is 169 million. Just look at the disparity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this means most of the development projects, the ones which were budgeted, they will have to be affected because there will be no resources to fund some of those development projects. And Mr. Speaker, we will not be achieving the overall budget objectives for the last financial year just because of that deficit. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate. The other day we were told the Department of Revenue now has a new system. Mr. Speaker, the other day we've also been told now that the proprietor for the system has not been paid, the proprietor has withdrawn the entire system, meaning now the revenue is being collected manually. So, and this is going even to affect further our revenue collection, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, together with the revenue leakages, Mr. Speaker, this will affect our on-source revenue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in regard to the same, there was a mention of Lokitang sub-county hospital. And the revenue projection through the FIF was 150 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to me, I see this was a joke of the year. How can such a facility raise 150 million through FIF? Mr. Speaker, the other day, I had raised a question here. The same facility, which is supposed to raise 150 million, was classified or rather categorized under level 2 hospital, Mr. Speaker, the level of a dispensary. Mr. Speaker, so the facility has been raising around 340,000 per quarter, or even 400 per quarter through share reimbursement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a total joke for the department to give on-source revenue projection through FIF for Loktang Sub-County Hospital at 150 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for a facility that is not funded, because if you look at the funding of the 11 sub-county hospitals and other level 3 hospitals, Mr. Speaker, in this report, for level 4 hospitals, which Loktang is one of them, the much that has been funded to them for the last 9 months, for the first 9 months of the last financial year, was around 8 million. How do you expect to get a revenue projection of 150 million from some of these facilities which are not fully funded, Mr. Speaker? And the SHA, the issue of SHA registration, no sensitization has been done, and with a lot of challenges, the economic challenges our people are facing. So that was not fair, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I would want to point out in this report is the issue of weak project planning and implementation. Mr. Speaker, there are bottlenecks in the procurement. Mr. Speaker, there are always deliberate delay in the procurement process by the executive. So the procurement processes are delayed deliberately. So for the county executive to introduce supplementary budget 1 and 2. And Mr. Speaker, this usually brings the issue of stalled and incomplete projects, which is a big menace in our county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I would want to point out is the issue of weak monitoring and evaluation. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that this county assembly passed the Turkana County monitoring and evaluation policy, Mr. Speaker, we still have gaps in monitoring and evaluation. We have limited tracking of project progress and outcomes. And Mr. Speaker, this makes it difficult for us to assess whether the public funds that are utilized or rather the public funds achieve the intended results, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unless we address the issue of the gaps in the monitoring and evaluation, we will not achieve the intended results, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this report, I also noted there is a dislink between the county treasury and the other county departments on payment of pending bills and the expenditure of their respective departments, including commitments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one mistake that we've repeatedly done, not once, not twice, we've decided to lump the commitments and the pending bills to the county treasury, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the departments, they are left in the dark. They don't know of the pending bills, of the commitments, which ones are being paid, because this has become the business of the county treasury. Mr. Speaker, these has to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, the financial reports have to be shared with the rest of the county departments so that they can be on the know of what has been paid, of the reallocations that have been done. Mr. Speaker, in the recent past, even the supplementary budgets, there is no usual consultation of the departments. So most of these departments, they don't know what is happening. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I would want to point out is
concluding
the office of the controller of budget. Mr. Speaker, we have issues of integrity even in the office of the controller of budget. Mr. Speaker, the office of the controller of budget has been aiding the non-compliance with fiscal responsibility principles, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we can point out a case of the supplementary budget 1 for the last financial year, where the county executive decided to do the budget variation. Mr. Speaker, this was done at the watch of the Office of the Controller Budget. Mr. Speaker, the reallocation of the development fort to recurrent fort during the supplementary budget 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the gaps that would have been flagged off by the Controller of Budget. But what happened? The budget was uploaded. So meaning the Office of the Controller Budget is aiding the county executive in trying to be non-compliant to some of these fiscal responsibility principles that are provided for in the PFM Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have the county established funds, which in this report, no disbursement has been done so far, despite the fact that this county assembly has been allocating resources for these county established funds. Mr. Speaker, the performance is not clearly indicated, the performance of these county established funds. The performance is not clearly indicated. Mr. Speaker, these county established funds, they have become a cash cow for the executive, Mr. Speaker, because what is usually done is borrowing. Borrowing is done from these funds and there is no repayment that is done. Mr. Speaker, it's for that reason whereby no disbursement has been done for youth and empowerment, for youth and women empowerment fund, for Biashara fund and the cooperative fund, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was expecting the same to have been pointed out in this implementation review report by the Office of the Controller Budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the county assembly established funds, Mr. Speaker. We have the Turkana County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Member Scheme Fund and the Turkana County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Staff Scheme Fund. Mr. Speaker, in the report, in the implementation review report by the Controller of Budget, there is non-submission of the financial statements of the two funds, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what was the reason why there was non-submission of the financial statements, because that ought to have been provided. Mr. Speaker, you remember very well the members serving in the 3rd County Assembly. The majority of them, Mr. Speaker, they have not received mortgage, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this issue would have been brought out clearly so that the issues surrounding the operationalization and effectiveness of the Turkana County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage for staff and the members, they would have been highlighted very clearly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are these county funded projects, like the ones which were, the projects which are said to be of the highest expenditure. Mr. Speaker, one of the projects there is construction of 𝐿𝐿𝐶𝐻𝐿 water supply, Mr. Speaker. So, and it has been captured in the last financial year. Mr. Speaker, for your information, 𝐿𝐿𝐶𝐻𝐿 water supply project is a project that was funded way back in the financial year 2021-2022, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and the payments, if I'm not wrong, the payments were made in the financial year 2023-2024. It's unfortunate in this report, construction of 𝐿𝐿𝐶𝐻𝐿 water supply is still, it has still been captured in the last financial year as one of the projects with the highest expenditure. Mr. Speaker, maybe this has to be investigated, because as a member representing Lapur Ward, where 𝐿𝐿𝐶𝐻𝐿 is, I am quite sure these payments were made a long time ago and not the last financial year. Mr. Speaker, the water companies. Mr. Speaker, for your information, we have 3 water companies. We have one rural water company. We have a water company in Lodwa and the other water company in Kakuma, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have the Turkana County Water Services Act, which was enacted, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the act establishes the Water Services Fund, and it says 2% of the development budget of the department. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate since establishment of the 3 water companies. Mr. Speaker, we are told these water companies have only been funded once to a tune of 5 million. Mr. Speaker, this has affected the overall performance of the water companies, and we are expecting some good job to be done by the 3 water companies. Mr. Speaker, this has to be looked into. Finally, I want to point out the issue of low development performance in the review, which has always been occasioned by the delay in the procurement process. And Mr. Speaker, it's for that reason that for the last financial year, most of the purported ward development projects have not been implemented. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few and main remarks, I see it as I support this motion on the Turkana County Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the first 9 months of the financial year 2025-2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mike. Honorable members, allow me to take it back for reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's true, as I said or captured in the report, all the issues that have been discussed by my colleagues are pertinent issues, and the report identified them. So I will not go back to reply, especially on the issue of pending bills. We've been talking about pending bills for some time. We've been talking on the issue of delayed procurement. Maybe the only positive thing about this time, about procurement, is that we got some money which was not there in the budget of this financial year, the current financial year, because the excuse given by officers in the Ministry of Public Service, Public Works, is that they do not have funds to draw or make design the queues. And so we deliberately put money, around 15 million, so that from there I think we will trap them so that they may not have an excuse for them to delay procurement processes. So of course, that is something which is positive, but we'll have to observe what is going to take place. On the issue of this link between departments, that one is evident. It's evident, and even the control of budget, of course, pointed out why there was a bit of more targets in different departments. And the issue of gaps in the control of budget, especially the issue of budgets 1 and 2, control of budget as their own systems of working. So if they identify gaps, that's upon them. I think they will have to read this report. They will have to tell us what is happening, because that is an independent office, so we cannot control them. Okay, on the issue of subsequent funds borrowing, it's evident that once again we have no people who take funds even if the county assembly, they take funds from these accounts and they don't return. So it is something that we need to know, where do they take this fund that they borrow. So otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you members, those of you who have actually contributed towards the motion, so that we approve them and then allow the report be taken to the control of budget for their action. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for Budget and Appropriation, Honorable Bedwell Kobongin, for the reply. Honorable members, I now want to put the question that consideration of the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Turkana County Government Budget Implementation Review report for the first 9 months of the financial year 2025 to 2026. Will as many as of the same opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, the report has been fully deliberated on with a lot of reality in it, both from the budget committee and even from the members who have actually discussed and contributed. I now direct that honorable members, having interacted with the report of the Committee on Budget and Appropriation on the Turkana County Government Budget Implementation Review report for the first 9 months of financial year 2025-2026. I therefore direct the Committee on Implementation to follow up on the recommendations contained in the report and table the report before this House within 60 days from the date of this directive pursuant to Standing Order number 2082. I hope the clerk will communicate to the chair implementation, who is not also in the House while this report is being discussed. Very important report. Secondly, I also direct that the Office of the Clerk to forward this report with a certified transcript of the answer to the Office of the Controller of Budget. So directed, and thank you, honorable members. Next order.
Order number 10, adjournment.
Honorable members, there being no any other business to transact, the House stand adjourned until Wednesday, 15th July 2026 at 2:30 p.m.